episode of the Nexa Grand Vitara presenting the narrative is so very important. The Times of India Twitter page, the Times of India's YouTube page has put up tweets all across, and if you have any questions, any suggestions, you're more than welcome to put those suggestions there, and we'll try and we'll include those suggestions for you. Let's kick off first. And let's look at what is the big picture looking like. Why are we calling it Modi's decade of change? Just look at these numbers, folks, and let's try and break it down for you. The economic canvas of India, starting off in 2014, where were we? 14,390 crores. But look at the percentage change. When you measure these statistics from that last column that you're seeing, 492.5% incremental change as far as NBFC deposits are concerned, 1,766.5% incremental change as far as credit being given by the banks is concerned. Savings is in banks, 197.1% more. Gross domestic product, and that is what is being spoken about so extensively. Multiple global rating agencies have said that this GDP growth rate is what will be looked at very, very closely by all foreign institutional investors as well as foreign agencies across the world. It's this figure which tells us why this is Modi's decade of change. If we were to look now at the second scenario and see what is it that looks like the road ahead, what could we be described, what is it that we're looking like, if the numbers are so huge, if the gross domestic product is changing by 24,149%, these numbers have not been seen before. And that's why the story of Indian infrastructure, the story of the money which has been spent by the government is such a fantastic story to try and decode. What we'll do is that right through the day, we will be joined by special guests, economists and decision makers, everybody who has a stake really in this entire story of Modi's decade of change. The growth forecast. What is it that the growth forecast will be looking like? If you again look at how various agencies, various data centers, different countries have looked at what will be India's moment of glory, then you just need to look at the kind of statements which have been made over the last 24 to 48 hours. The growth forecast, just look at what is being stated by the banks. This is the growth forecast here and here in percentage terms, from the IMF to the World Bank to Barclays. The average rate of growth which is being spoken about is somewhere in the region of 7 to 7.2%. In fact, most commentary that you will see, most statements which are coming up from the government sides, seems to be suggesting that what is being stated, let's say by the Kotak Bank or what's being suggested by the Reserve Bank of India, that is going to be the new normal. So if we were to look at it from the point of view of what India's growth forecast story is really going to look like, say, over the next decade, you can safely say that the new normal, as is being expected by the government, would be anywhere around 7%. This growth forecast story also tells you the confidence, those days of what had happened during the COVID years, that is all gone, and therefore we need to move forward, and we need to look exactly at how this growth will ultimately then percolate down to your benefit and to our benefit. Well, let's welcome our first guest. Let's see if our first guest is through. Well-known economist will be joining us. A professor from Ashoka or Jindal University, I'm told, will be with us in a short while from now. But let's stay with these numbers. Let's stay with the growth projection for 2024, which is being made for India. Global, what is it that the global growth forecast is like? 2.9%, China 4.2, 4.6%, India. And again, look at the story. For the longest time, if you were to look at world economy, say, in the context of, let's say, over the last 3 decades, you will see that certainly the last 2 decades belong to China. Do we say that now, with Narendra Modi on the anvil, and do we say that with the kind of investments which have been made in public infrastructure, the last decade And as we move into the future, it belongs to India on the world map. Certainly, if you were to look at the projections which are being made, 6.3 to 6.5%, it'll make you feel that India is a place. India is a place for world leaders, for market economies, for developing economies to try and make a mark. So that's why it said perhaps that, if you're not doing business in India, if you are a big business player anywhere in the world and you're not involved in India, well, I'm afraid then you're not doing business. That's the critical part which I think really needs to be looked at very, very seriously. Look at how the story completely changes. If we were to compare now these growth rates with what used to exist, let's say during the Manmohan Singh years, or I could even go further, let's say if you were to compare it even with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee tenure or before that, you will see that there is a market difference. The market difference is what is it in terms of what could be achieved by the economy. So we can speak about the kind of, let's say, the populist policies which have been announced by the government. You're now so close to the Lok Sabha elections. So we will speak a lot about how this budget, how all these numbers will ultimately play out as far as the Lok Sabha election story is concerned. How will these numbers, or let's say maybe some new trump card, which is likely to be unveiled today, how will that trump card impact the probability of an even bigger victory, let's say, achieved by Narendra Modi in the Lok Sabha elections? That's why it's important for us to look at exactly how do we look at these numbers. Let me welcome our first guest on the program today. You want to introduce yourself to all our friends because this is the digital age. So instead of the anchor introducing the guest, let the guest introduce himself.
Yeah, I'm Dipanshu Mohan. I'm an economist by training. I teach courses in development economics, and my research also weaves around looking at how migrant workers and the informal economy, what we call, can be studied in context to cities, new urban areas.
So Dipanshu, the reason why I was asking you to introduce yourself is a lot of people on Twitter are saying that, okay, Times of India, the country's oldest newspaper, one of the biggest newspaper and the online platform in the world. When Times of India decides to take this up, right, then we want to present the budget, we want to project the budget in a new way. But when we look at these numbers, do we look at all these numbers, this growth rate? I mean, if you turn around, you will see on the wall, the Indian growth forecast, 6.3 to 6.5, as is being suggested by major, let's say, global agencies. How does it impact, let's say, the Indian citizen of today?
So, I mean, when you look at projections of growth, the way the IMF's economic growth models work, it gives you a perspective on how over a period of time certain sectors in the economy which are currently performing at a given level, to what extent they're likely to sustain the same momentum or sort of grow beyond that. And the function of that in the Indian scenario and as large a country as India is, the experience of growth or the perception of growth would be realized by those who are actually putting in that kind of money. So if I am earning a lot more and I'm spending a lot more, I feel the exuberance of that projection.
So essentially the way to look at this is that we are becoming a more expenditure-based economy.
Absolutely.
And therefore the conclusion that people have more money to spend. But then how do you explain this? I was looking at some numbers today, Dipanshu. Of course, the government would like us to believe that everything is completely hunky-dory. But the cost of inflation, the cost of life versus more expenditure as you're seeing, the ability to more spend. Are these three contrarian issues that we're looking at, or are these three complementary, supplementary issues that we look at?
They're definitely complementary, but there are two things we have to look at. 60% of the Indian income class in the last 5 years has seen a negative growth in income.
60%. And yet 60%. these numbers
there's only a 20% upper middle income class. Those like, for example, you or me would be part of the upper sort of a richer income net. They've seen a rise overall in growth when you adjust for inflation. But when you adjust for inflation for 60%, the average real income has gone down. What this does is it affects your average spending. Now, when you're spending less as a result of even higher consumption demand, whatever infrastructure facilities you'll build, right? You may have a gift city, you may build up the largest infrastructure for attracting capital. Low consumption demand would not translate to that growth.
Okay.
And that's a challenge. And that's been the main challenge for at least the government over the last 5 years. COVID didn't really help, but if you look at the even pre-COVID years, these drops in income levels were very stark. I think that's for me more trouble.
Well, let me throw one more. Let me throw one more number at you. This morning, you know, the government is telling us that in comparison to 14.1 trillion in the same period in the previous fiscal, the suggestion being made is that credit flow is 1.6 times more than what was there in the previous fiscal. Now, I want to understand, when credit flow is of this level, how does it augur for the economy? Do we say that, well, more people are taking loans, there is more money which is coming into the system, and therefore it is leading to more expenditure? Is that the cycle?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, principally, a larger credit flow in the retail banking system is supposed to be good, not just for the banks, but also for the economy. The only thing we need to see is whether the demand for credit is being utilized for investment purposes or what you call as unproductive expenditure. If you and me are using credit cards for paying our household bills as against, or paying for rent, fixed expenses, as against putting that money in, I don't know, a mutual fund stock or investing in land, something that I would have a return on, that's very different. So if I'm taking a loan to get a house, is an investment much more so than taking a credit instrument or a credit borrowing for your essential needs. So what happens is, when your incomes are stagnating or the incomes are not going up, the demand for credit would rise, banks would come in definitely, but the banks would also monitor where is this credit actually being utilized, so that, which is the key point here, credit shouldn't become debt. That's
the problem. Shouldn't become bad debt.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, debt of any kind, and then bad debt would be the subsequent effect of that.
I think that's an important point that you flag off, Dipanshu, and you know, because there's so many numbers that we can look at, and typically what business channels end up doing is that they only throw numbers at you. At Times of India, on this Times of India online platform, what we're trying to do is to make sense of those numbers for you. We don't want you to get confused if you look at any screen around you. We just want you to know exactly what are those 2-3 yardsticks, parameters on which you should be looking at this budget closely. And if a number is being thrown at you, what does that number really imply? So let's look at another number, Dipanshu. And you know, all these numbers, I just want to tell all of you who may be waking up, maybe still waking up a little early, certainly in the North Indian parts of the country where there has been rains. Has it ever rained on a budget, Dipanshu? I was wondering.
Not that I can recollect. Last 10 years, not really.
Well, I tweeted to the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and I was asking her if she could remember that if it had rained at any given point of time on a budget, and I wonder how she'd be looking at that. That's a no man. But you know, look at this other number, which is constantly thrown by the Finance Ministry mandarins. The GST collection rising 10.4% to 1.72 trillion in January. At over 90,000 patent filings is highest in 2 decades. These are the two big broad headlines which are coming from the powers that be right now. 1.72 trillion growth, 10.4% is the growth which is being suggested, and it's now reached to 1.72 trillion in the month of January. Explain to us the story of GST collection. Why is it so very important? Why is it always called that it's the principal premise on which the story of New India is really being created?
I mean, GST has been, if you really look at as a policy experiment, there might have been questions asked at the time the way it was implemented, because India was still sort of recovering from the demonetization episode at the time. But overall, net, if you look at what's happened in the last sort of 7 to 8 years, GST has been part of India's success story when it comes to indirect tax reform. And I would say that very carefully, because 80% of the tax weightage is relying in India on indirect taxes, which is asymmetrically quite disproportionate, given that much of the indirect taxes would be paid equally by anyone who's buying those goods and commodities, whether it's a poor person buying salt or me buying salt we'll just be paying almost the same tax. So that becomes, in the principal sense, a more aggressive way of taxing the population. But India's had always a high indirect tax weightage, and the problem was the complexity of the tax system, which made investment more difficult.
Okay.
So GST has been definitely, if you look at tax buoyancy,
Has it been the biggest game changer? Let me ask you.
Yes.
If we were to, let's say, if you were to track the story of India, and one of the first graphics that we were playing was to look at Modi's decade.
Yeah.
You know, how the last 10 years have really shaped up. If we were to look at the story of India through decades, we start off as a socialist republic, you know, the Nehruvian understanding, the new Nehruvian implementation of an agrarian-based economy. You come to the Indira Gandhi years, you come to United Front, then Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and then finally there was Manmohan Singh. If I was to ask you to track the story of India, you know, through these decades, would you say that the biggest disruptions which have been created have actually been created in the last 10 years? As far as the fundamentals of the economy is concerned?
Disruptions,
changes, positive changes.
I would only say that the way the reform structure in India, if you look at the last 4 decades or so, the reform structure in India that has actually yielded higher growth over a period of time, it's been more gradualist in nature. The reason for that is that when you have different structures of power, where there's central government, there's a state government, then you have a municipal, big bang reforms tend to have a positive perception outlook, but over a period of time, the implementation of that would become a challenge, which has been one of the major problems with the Indian economy, right? Implementation of labor codes, for example. The implementation has been a challenge. But GST has been a success story, there's no doubt about it. Tax buoyancy, if you look at the tax revenue numbers, the expected return on what GST revenue was perceived for this year has been over 10 to 15% more than that, as you pointed out. The question is, which is the point that I think the viewers would want to know, is where is that GST revenue coming from? And that's coming largely from the consumption of imports in India by the rich and largely the higher consuming class, which is actually spending more money. And that's interesting because if you're the flip side is, if your GST revenue goes up by spending more on import goods, that will increase your current account deficit. That means you're going to have a deficit in terms of your outflow.
So the question is, where are you spending that money?
Exactly.
Who's spending that money?
If these are goods that are being produced and services which are being produced, if I'm giving or paying a saloon person amount of money and they're charging us tax, that's great. But if there is a service which you're paying for, which is an imported service, where much of the GST revenue is coming from, Arvind Subramaniam and Josh Philman actually pointed that out in data. That's a problem, because then your current account deficit is going out of proportion.
Well, that's why it's important for you to look at these insights, because what Dipanshu is telling you is not something which you will hear today. You will hear that the story of the GST is great, and it is great. It is without doubt. It is one of, I think, the biggest disruptions. But who's actually contributing to that greater GST coming into the system? And once that money comes into the system, where is that being spent? I think that's a fascinating insight that you've given. Let's look at the next critical part, where the Prime Minister in particular has spent a lot of his time. Clean energies, green energies, and let me equate it to the electric vehicle space, the entire EV space. Do you foresee, there's been I was seeing some tweets being put up by Rajiv Chandrasekhar yesterday, the IT minister, where he was thanking the government of having eased the import duties on some components in the mobile manufacturing space. Is there space you see for the government to be maybe a little more proactive in terms of looking at the electric vehicle space?
Yeah, I mean, the last 3 budgets have spoken extensively about electric vehicles. I think there is a huge churn which has been happening over the last decade in the automobile sector. So from a supply side perspective, you will have a lot more of purchases done in electric vehicle segment. The question is, in renewables, where the most average Indian consumer class has spent a lot more money, is solar, which is actually powering Indian villages. I mean, I'm coming in from Haryana, I can give you an example. Much of the area around Sonipat, Panipat, the entire village area is powered by solar battery inverters, which is making sure of access to power.
Right.
So our real investment when it comes to renewables and the comparative advantage we have has been in solar, and there's no doubt much of the data and trade is also indicating that. With electric vehicles, I think one of the key things is to be able to look at how the two-wheeler and the passenger vehicle segment, which is where the largest demand and the growth of the automobile sector has been, how does that rise over time? Right now, the data tells us that in the two-wheeler passenger segment, even for medium to heavy-sized automobiles, the demand has been much lower than the pre-COVID time.
Okay.
And that's troubling because it gives you an idea that private investment is weak. The private investment levels are not rising. As a result, capacity utilization in the manufacturing sector is not happening. So EV, I think, as a technological input, the government has given a fiscal space. That's more than welcome. Technologically, there's a lot that's happening amongst the automobile sector, but whether it translates into actual higher rise in consumption demand, the point I was raising earlier, that's a question.
Okay, the word is that the Finance Minister has reached Parliament now, and she will be, her speech starts in less than, I think, just about half an hour, 40 minutes from now. The Finance Minister, a lot has been, made out of the briefcase that she carries, which is not a briefcase anymore. It's actually more of an iPad. It's a digital device now. Gone are the days. We miss that briefcase. That brown briefcase which the finance ministers would hold when they would come to Parliament. All that has now been replaced. This New India. This is a new digital variant of the presentation of the British colonial practice, which has completely been done away with. But let's look at the other space. Let's look at the agri space, for instance. Right? We all saw what had happened. I mean, you come from the university that you come from, Jindal. I'm sure your operations must have been impacted because of the long-standing farmers' protest. Now that we're so close to the Lok Sabha elections, how do you anticipate the story as far as the agri spaces are concerned?
I think that's a very important point, and I expect in this budget a lot more happening around farmer-related subsidies. That's one section of the economy which I would say that the government has completely missed out on when it comes to managing the economy.
Missed out on?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
I say that for two reasons. If you look at the average farm subsidies, fertilizer, non-fertilizer, over the last year, a lot has been spent by the government, but it's just nowhere close in helping bringing prices down. Farmers are actually not, in India, historically, they've not got much of the price written. The amount of spending we are doing in the urban areas on buying onions or tomatoes, the price of that dividend doesn't go to the average farmer. The question was that the government came into power. The Modi government came into power promising doubling of farmers' income over a period of time by 2022. We're in 2024 and forget about doubling of income, even keeping status quo farmer incomes. But on agricultural laborers, those working on the land, as in practicing farming on the land, because a lot of the farmers don't do actually farming. There are those who are involved as laborers working on the farm, who we call, as in other words, self-employed agricultural workers. That's 46% of the workforce of the Indian economy. 46%. Right now, as per the recent data, PLFS data, 46% of the Indian workforce is absorbed by the agriculture. So the agri terms of trade or the agricultural laborers have seen a rise in income because the agricultural labor working on the farm was disrupted during COVID. A lot of the workers came in back to their native villages. As a result, there was more labor to be there. And that scenario has slightly become better within the agricultural sector. But if you ask, has farmer incomes increased over time? Absolutely not. Have farmers gained more in terms of getting better prices of the products? Because clearly prices due to inflation, food inflation has been one of the most highest in the inflation category. So that effect has not been passed to farmers. And you can expect with the election coming in, I think a little bit more of a higher subsidy bill being overtaken by the government. They've already done that last year because wheat, we saw with rice, a lot of export bans had happened. The external situation has not helped. With the Ukraine war, there was a huge disruption with the wheat supply and the rice supply. But overall, if you even keep those what you call as exogenous factors or external factors outside the loop, internally farmers haven't benefited at all in the last 5 years. That's one of the key stories within what we look at.
Okay, I'm told Rajan Lavani from CII is joining us live as well. Good morning, welcome Rajan. I hope you can hear me loud and clear on this exclusive broadcast which is taking place now on Times of India online platform in partnership with with the Nexa Grand Vitara. This is where we're trying to make sense of all the numbers. We don't want to create any confusion for our viewers, and that's why we're doing this broadcast in a very, very straightforward manner, Rajan. Let me first begin by asking you, Rajan, how do you look at all the numbers which have been thrown in? Do you subscribe to this theory that the last 10 years have seen the biggest disruption and the biggest growth as far as the fundamentals of Indian economy are concerned?
Yeah, thank you, and a pleasure to be here. I think yes, absolutely. I do feel that the trajectory that India is on today is one of accelerated growth, definitely one which has been able to lay a very strong foundation. And the reason I'm saying this, Bhupendra, is because what to me is the biggest driver of scale and change is this foundational digital technology disruption that India has so far provided globally, to companies, to the large, human resource capital that we have. But of late, building this large digital public infrastructure that is enabling many activities which are directly linked to the economy to be accelerated, to be scaled, to be able to embed and integrate emerging technologies that can sharpen growth and experiences, create greater trust. So when I say get more personalization, Gen AI is there. If we talk of trust, we're talking of blockchain. So technologies that are going to be differentiators both for countries, for businesses, and for citizen services around the world are the foundational building blocks that I think India has been able to build over this last decade. And to my mind, I think unleashing that, I won't even say unlocking, I really say unleashing at an accelerated pace should be a very strong agenda of this government, I believe, in the next, and of course this budget and whichever, government is in power post this election, to be able to leverage that to continue this growth as well as sustain this at a massive pace going forward. So I am very optimistic about where India will go from here on the back of a very strong foundation that has been built so far.
One word, Rajan, which I hear a lot about is AI. There was a recent conclave as well in the national capital, which was inaugurated by the Prime Minister himself. Is there something specific that you'd be looking out for in the AI space as far as this budget presentation is concerned?
No, absolutely. I think AI, and especially when we talk of AI, Bhupendra, we talk more of generative AI.
Right.
So what AI was doing earlier was aiding, decision making, improving through, more sharp data understanding and intelligence what things should be done. But with Gen AI, the action also gets done. So I think the focus on AI at an India level, because compared to China and the US, we have to accept that we are behind. And I think therefore a very sharp allocation, again, as I said, both for public institutions, for industry and private enterprises to be able to, invest further into emerging technologies, for entrepreneurship. I think the ability for India to create jobs of the future, or the jobs that are going to matter in the future, is going to be driven through a very large push on scale up. I mean, while I'm super excited about startup and that base will continue to grow, I think now is the time for a lot of focus to come on scale up, because scaling up requires infrastructure across academia, across strengthening talent. Today, if India can say all our engineers are blockchain ready for the world, you can only imagine what that would mean in the areas of healthcare, agriculture. I'm not even talking, the entire financial sector, which has already, seen this disruption. I think that ability, that enabling infrastructure and investments in digital infrastructure, which is, akin to what we would announce, say, to power and to roads, etc., is something that I'm looking forward to getting announced in the budget, all of which will be drivers of accelerated growth for India, particularly in the area of AI. But one quick point here is, given that we have a very large population, frugal innovation, we've got to deliver at a performance level which is super high at the lowest cost. I think India is truly poised, to be a IP product-led country when it comes to Gen AI, blockchain, and a lot of the new emerging technologies that are going on.
Okay, I must ask you, Rajan, You know, on one hand is the entire optimistic, the positive sentiment that you, Dipanshu, and a lot of people in the corporate spaces, in the industry spaces speak about. But then also throw some light that how do you look at this development that bang on the eve of budget presentation, you have this tough move which has been announced by the Reserve Bank of India, you know, suspending all operations of Paytm banks. And I'm seeing the Paytm stock has already hit the lowest circuit today, 20% down. Bang on the eve of budget presentation, Paytm, which is such a big fintech company, I'm seeing so many fintech, you know, influencers and participants and stakeholders all coming out on social media and saying, my God, what has happened? You want to respond to that? The Paytm story, has it gone wrong now?
So, you know, I may not be the best person to respond to individual companies because what is happening in individual companies vis-a-vis government sometimes is not fully available in the public domain. But, you know, fundamentally, I think what India has done differently from the West is we have invested significantly in creating public infrastructure that is digital. And I think the understanding going forward is very clear that innovation, entrepreneurship can be written on that. And to me, that is a big new model that we can take to the world because especially if we look at the global south and, you know, now Africa is part of G20. So I think India's prominence in the world globally will move, you know, when it comes to digital public infrastructure and the ability for us to integrate that into other countries. Okay. Having said that, UPI and the ability to make payments for large numbers of people, you know, today I think is unprecedented anywhere in the world, right? 45% of digital transfer and transactions in the world happen in India. So I think there is tremendous outcome that is happening. Now, how individual companies will fit into that larger outcome for Indians and I strongly believe for the world is something that industry, government, you know, have to work together on. And I think therein lies the ability for us to build trust, to build, you know, confidence, to share, to exchange, and see how we can build, you know, a strong Indian economy, you know, both through the right frameworks and government policies and the right large growth industries, you know, from the private sector that will come up from India moving forward.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Rajan, for joining us this morning. We'll come back to you hopefully maybe once Nirmala Sitharaman has made her speech. And I'm told that the Finance Minister has already reached Parliament. The Finance Minister today is wearing a blue sari, you know, a variant of blue. And often the way the Finance Minister dresses up, the color that she wears often ends up becoming a subject of big discussion. Already there's a first timer. You know, we've seen rain and massive amount of rain on the day of budget presentation. And here in our studios, I was speaking to Dipanshu a short while back. I was speaking to him a short while back about how rains, you know, have never happened on the day of budget presentation. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe there will be a rainfall of sorts of goodies for middle classes, goodies for the farmer sector. We'll try. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. Rudra Chatterjee is joining us live as well. We'll keep being joined by sectoral experts, political experts, as we try and help you make sense of how should you really be looking at this budget. So Rudra, good morning, welcome. Let me first begin by asking you on this production, on this presentation which is being done by Times of India in partnership with the Grand Next Vitara. How do you look at this budget? Is it a culmination of all the moves which have been made by Narendra Modi Sarkar over the last 10 years, or should we be looking at this as a beginning of something new? How do you look at this budget? Rudra.
Thank you very much for having me here. I think over the years, the budget has become almost like a State of the Union, demonstrating the additional investments in capital, logistics, and formalization. What is important now is to ensure that this infrastructure is housed by good private sector Indian companies. So we were talking about agriculture a little while ago. So how can we have amazing new agricultural brands that take advantage of the good logistics, the low cost of capital, and bring products for households at a good price, which actually brings farmers their double income.
Okay.
Similarly, for textiles, how do we create Indian retail textile brands around the world using the formalization, the capital investment, the free trade agreements that the government is doing?
Okay.
I think this is not just a culmination over 1 or 2 years, but the path to 2047, where we want Indian brands in agro industries and textile industries, where you will see high streets around the world with Indian brands and supermarkets shelves with Indian agro products.
Let me look at a specific sector, and let's begin with education. We're so close to the Lok Sabha election, and we've seen the kind of initiatives which have already been initiated by the government as far as education is concerned. Would you be a proponent of the view that in an election year, is there a case for spending more on basic and primary education?
So, as a company, I would focus on skills in education. So, for example, if India wants to become a major furniture company, country with a lot of great furniture companies, how do we have skilled furniture makers, furniture designers, people who understand wood technology and retail of furniture? So when we talk about how to increase funding at different points, even for tea, for example, how do we create the next Indian tea Starbucks out of India? So you need people who can operate tea retail stores. So I think a lot of the education we are spending on primary education and secondary education.
Okay, just one moment, just one moment, Rudra. I'm told there's a statement coming from Jens, and let's just play that statement, the BJP MP.
करने थे वो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की सरकार ने किया है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है इस वोट ऑन अकाउंट पे भी, इंटरिम बजट पे भी, जो ठोस कदम लेने हों, चाहे वो आर्थिक नीतियां हों या सुधार के कदम हों, वो जरूर लिए जाएंगे।
Mr. Sidha himself, a former union minister coming from the state of Jharkhand, and a state where we've seen such tectonic shifts happening as far as the political developments there are concerned. Jharkhand could have a new chief minister now, because the older chief minister now has made way for Champai Soren, but I'm told that Mr. Soren, the new Mr. Soren, Champai Soren, has not yet been allowed to take oath. So on the political front also, Jharkhand has a lot to offer. Let's go across to Gopal Krishna Agarwal, spokesperson of the BJP, looks at the economic cell of the BJP very closely. Good morning, Gopal bhai. Good to see you here. A new platform, और आपकी हमारी मुलाकात एक बार फिर यहाँ पर on Times of India online. You tell me, Gopal ji, we've been looking at various sectors. We've been trying to understand that amidst all the big numbers which have been thrown in by the IMF, by various rating agencies, how should we really be looking at this budget? Is it just a case of the last 12 months, or is it a case of the last 10 years, according to you, Gopal? Gopal, just unmute yourself. Gopal, just unmute yourself. I think you muted.
Sorry.
Yeah. We can hear you.
I think, the Prime Minister has yesterday very clearly mentioned that it will show the intent, what the government wants to do. And the intent is, if you look into the last 10 years, the intent of the government are very clear. That infrastructure spending is one area where the government's focus will be there, and it has brought good results, whether it is on the line of ease of doing business or ease of living. And another important area where the government would continue its spending is about our ideology of Antyodaya, benefit to the last person in the country. And the president yesterday said that we have been successful in bringing about 25 crore people out of poverty line. So the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra, which was started by the Prime Minister on 14th November, to go for 100% saturation to of the welfare schemes to every eligible person, is also an important area. So the welfare schemes and the spending on infrastructure, continue on the PLI, where good results are showing on the MSME sectors or automobile industry or chip technology, that will continue. And the last point that I would also like to mention is that though people are very sure that our government will come in this election in 2024, and we will be presenting the final budget. So the important part is that the growth of the economy will we will be able to pursue if we continue on the reform side.
Okay.
So certain reforms that also will also be part of the intent, whether it is in the form of employment generation or whether it is in the form of areas like labor reforms, etc. What those intents will also be part of the budget, and I'm very hopeful that as it being a statement for before the election, clear-cut intent about the government, what we will bring in the July budget will be evident from this budget.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Let me just go back to Rudra Chatterjee. You're still there. Rudra, this point being made there by Gopal Krishna Agarwal, that the way to look at this budget is actually not to look at it from the point of view of any big bang announcement being made now, but to wait to see what will the next Modi government. I mean, one is the political confidence, the economic confidence, but to look at this budget from the prism of what will, in July, August, what will be here from Modi Sarkar. Would that be a correct view? That will we get indicators today that once this government comes back, the next big bang scheme of announcements will be made in July, August? Would that be right way, Rudra?
So I think we are clear that this country should aspire to become a developed nation by 2047. Every budget has to be a tinkering and an incremental change to ensure that happens. So, for example, if we are seeing that capital investment is good, but there is requirement of private investment, what needs to be done to increase private investment?
Okay.
If we are seeing that there is good infrastructure for agriculture, but no agricultural brands, what can be done to create agro brands? So every budget, whether it is an election year or another election year, it is too important a task to take India to a developed country. To keep missing, one opportunity every 5 years because there's an election year. I think what is important is to say that are we on path to getting 8 to 10% growth, real growth? Are we on path in taking the agro sector, which employs half the population? Are we on path in taking the textile sector, which is the biggest part of industry, into a 12 to 15% growth? And what is in terms of cost of capital, logistics, design, retail, incentives? We talked about PLI schemes. How is that going in ensuring that happens?
Okay. I'm told that the Finance Minister has met the President. There is a certain protocol which needs to be followed. First up, the budget papers are taken to the President. Then there is a cabinet approval which is given to the budget speech, to the budget recommendation. Then finally, the budget speech is made in Parliament. The Finance Minister has met the President. Dahi has been offered as a good sign, as a good omen. So it's rained today. Dahi has been exchanged earlier. There used to be a great halwa ceremony. I don't know whether this time around halwa was created or not in the Finance Ministry. It's always done. I mean, the budget making exercise is an exercise which is full of anecdotes. It's full of certain political conventions. But most significantly, it's the exercise which helps you look at the right direction. Where should we be really looking at as far as the political side of this budget is concerned? So Gopal Krishna Agarwal, let me just come back to you. This is Nirmala Sitharaman's 6th budget speech. The Prime Minister has already completed, 10 years now. Nirmala Sitharaman making a 6th budget speech. When you say that it will give us an idea of what will happen in the month of July, is there any specific area? Like I was asking someone that AI, artificial intelligence, greater dependence, greater thrust on technology, are these the areas where we'll see, maybe a clear-cut declaration of intent today, Gopal?
I think the Prime Minister and the FM had earlier said in 1 or 2 lectures before this budget that the focus area of our government is about the farmers, youth, poor, and women. And that is very clear. These sectors will be benefited. On my field visits on the areas, whether villages of Gautam Buddha Nagar, areas where I live, I have seen that this new schemes which was launched in the September, Vishwakarma Yojana, is finding very good traction with the people. So I think this is the area where employment generation and the benefit to these 4 sections, which the Prime Minister says are the new caste, which will help propel the growth of the country, are areas where I think will be the focus. And other areas where the renewable energy, if you look into the current status of the economy, our fiscal deficit is under control. Our GDP growth rate is quite robust, and our economy is moving on the right track. We are not only catalyzing domestic growth.
But Gopal, are you not worried? Gopal, are you not worried? In the studios in the morning, Dipanshu and I were speaking about it, that there appears to be a problem of inequality, which is growing. Are you not worried that inflation, we may be spending more, but is a growing inflation not a cause of concern for the government?
No, if you call it a concern or challenge, I'll call them challenges. Employment generation is a challenge. So how do you meet them? Or controlling of the inflation? RBI is the nodal agency which looks after the inflation. It is very clearly tackling that. And the inflation is a byproduct of multiple factors. Government spending on areas which are not creating assets, then it can create inflation. Or if the fiscal deficit is very high, it is not under control. So if you look into today's figure also, fiscal deficit is under control. Glide path to the roadmap to the fiscal consolidation is also very clear. RBI has set its target on inflation control, and the government is trying to spend every penny with the targeted delivery for the poor, because you said about the disparity of income. That is very clear that when economy grows at such a speed, when one's economy is fastest growing economy in the world, definitely it will create wealth for some people, because who have liquidity to invest, create private investment, who can create private investment, they gain more. So how do you match it? The challenges are there. We know the challenges. Therefore, we are coming out with so many schemes for the benefit of the poor. Okay. And it is getting a targeted delivery of every scheme. There are several schemes which are flagship schemes of the government, and they are bringing good results. One I said about Vishwakarma Yojana, Mudra Yojana, the people who are street vendors schemes, they are creating good equality onto the income side. Then the poor are getting direct benefit transfers. Right. People who can invest are getting good ecosystem of ease of doing business, and middlemen are getting ease of living. So the 4 important segments of the economy, poor, rich, middle class, and the small businesses, etc., they are all being tackled by different schemes of the government, and the government is very focused and clear on its mind that the economy has to grow. Okay. Then only distributive model will be successful.
Nikhil,
you cannot distribute unless you create wealth.
Okay.
So
Nikhil,
both ends are very clear. Then areas like chip technology, green energy, renewable energies, they will definitely get pushed from the government.
Okay. Okay, let me bring in Nikhil Jain as well into the studio and into this conversation. The Finance Minister is in Parliament, the Prime Minister is in Parliament. We're just a short while away from looking at how the events will unfold. But Nikhil, specifically, if I was to look at it from the point of view of one big headline, one key bullet point that we'd be looking at from this budget, what would that key bullet point be for you?
See, I think, Bhupendra, any government, before it goes into election, when it announces the interim budget, I think the most important thing that they're going to look at is politics. And with the Modi government, that is all the more important. So in order to understand what I can expect from the budget, I would like to understand the politics of the BJP and where they're trying to run the election campaign into. The 3 key focus areas for the BJP government right now in terms of the targeting that they're doing in their political campaigning are tribals, South India and women. These are the 3 outreaches that I expect something major on the budget front to. Maybe some large infrastructure projects in South India, maybe some schemes and initiatives, perhaps a welfare scheme or initiative for women, and perhaps some welfare schemes and initiatives for the tribals.
Well, let's break it down. Let's break it down. So the tribal question is an important question, because over the last 12 months, a lot of work has actually been done by the BJP to try and convert this vote base into its own consolidated supporter base. Look at the election results in Chhattisgarh, where in parts of central and south Chhattisgarh, the entire tribal population, which had voted for the Congress in the last assembly elections, ended up voting for the BJP.
I think entire would be a stretch, but
large
the
parts.
BJP's
In
vote
comparison
between the tribals certainly
in comparison to what had happened in the last Chhattisgarh assembly elections. Look at the northeast, look at parts of Maharashtra. If we were to look at it only from that perspective, there is a tribal present, and that is the biggest act of political symbolism that could have been engaged in by the BJP. Is there a case for spending more money, giving more scholarships, subsidies? Is there a case for the tribal population of India, much like what you've done with OBCs or scheduled castes or Dalits? Has the time come for us to have a very templated approach, for the tribal community as well?
See, I think from a policy perspective as well, that we should be spending more on tribals, and from so far as the point that I was making, that from a political perspective, that too. So I definitely expect some large announcements on the tribal front. And one more thing I would like to add, that this government is also a lot about creating a good show about
Can I just hold you, because there are a lot of statements which are now coming from inside Parliament. Let's just play some of those statements for you.
उसी दृष्टि से जो पिछले हमारे बजट हुए हैं उसी के क्रम में आना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा भरोसा है.
No, after budget comes.
What is your expectation from budget?
We'll see that. Within 15 minutes we can, then I can comment after that. For that, they are expecting good things for the election.
Sorry.
Nikhil, there's some, it's funny. Here we're talking about the political expectation. And a lot of ministers that I was speaking to yesterday, asking them for time today, they said, no, we're not going to say anything before the budget. We want the budget to be presented, and only then will we speak about it. Those are the times that you live in. Yeah. So, but do go on, because I'm interested in the tribal question, because we've seen how in the Hindi heartland, there is complete dominance of the BJP. Look at UP, look at what's happened in Bihar, Jharkhand, who knows what will happen in Jharkhand now that Hemant Soren has been arrested. More money to be spent for tribal welfare, greater infrastructure. Is there a case for greater infrastructure?
That is my expectation, and along with that, one point that I was saying was that I do also expect some feel-good factors in the budget. So, for instance, we remember the 2014 election campaign, there was all this hue and cry about smart cities. Although the fund allocation was very limited, I think it was 200 or a couple of 100 crores for 72 smart cities. So, in the same way, there's a lot of buzz about AI right now, artificial intelligence. I do expect the government to make some sort of a token announcement on the artificial intelligence front, on the smart cities front, and these feel-good factors. I don't expect those things to materialize. Unlike the tribal budget outlays, that I honestly do expect this government to materialize. But I think those are the 4 key points for me. Feel-good factors in terms of some modern technology like artificial intelligence, outlays for tribals, outlays for South India, and outlays for women. I think that is what would be the highlights of this.
When you say outlays for South India, I'm looking at some pictures which are coming right now. The RJD leader was speaking there. When you say outlay for southern states, we've been seeing how the Prime Minister has been going repeatedly, to Tamil Nadu, to Karnataka, to Kerala. Is there a case there to be maybe announcing a big bang scheme which uplifts the morale of people in the south?
Perhaps yes, politically yes, and one thing that we should all, this is something that I didn't know for the longest of time, that the rail connectivity in South India is not at all comparable to what it is in North India. So perhaps if the government is trying to reach out to the people in the south, perhaps we might expect something on the rail front as well. I'm not quite sure if that is very possible, because that is something that requires a lot of expenditure, and whether the government is interested in putting that much money in terms of the budget allocation towards the southern states. But that is perhaps one of the areas that the government could work on.
Okay. Let me bring in another guest, Natasha Patel. is joining us live right now. Hi, good morning, Natasha. Just a few minutes before the Finance Minister starts off with her budget speech, let me ask you to throw some light. Your expectations from this budget, which is so close to the elections.
Good morning, and thanks for having me here. You know that I work in the water and sanitation sector, and I guess this is the one sector that the government has always supported. So for me, I guess the broad tenet is that I really do hope that they continue to support it the way they have right since inception. I mean, they've spent something like around nearly 62,000 crores in the first half under SPM1, and we expect that they will continue to do that going forward as well. We're nowhere close to the finishing line as far as SDG 6 is concerned, and I think one of the previous speakers did speak about the fact that inflation does go up when you are trying to reach out to the poorest, but that is one of the factors of growth. So you have to go through that journey to be able to reach a certain level of wealth, if I can call it that, across your overall economy. So I think just the broad things that I would wish this budget to show is a little bit more interest in the private sector. One of the big things that the government has done since SPM2 started in 2020 was that they focused a lot on public-private partnerships, specifically in water, sanitation, health, climate change. And that has seen some amazing returns come through, both for urban and rural India. So, there's this huge big project that was started in 21 by the DDWS, the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, that's Grameen, where it's called the Lighthouse Project, where they're looking very ambitiously to bring solid and liquid waste management facilities to all 6.6 lakh villages of India.
Right.
Now that's a massive, massive piece of work. But what they did recognize up front was that the private sector could only, that was the hope they had to taking it towards sustainability.
All right.
So they will put in the money for the infrastructure, the private sector comes in with the O&M and the technological experience that they have. So that's a great experience. Similarly, we're seeing a lot of such projects coming up on the urban side. And I think if, as one of the speakers said, 47 is the year that we want to become a global power, then to do that, you have to first look at our basic infrastructure and address those issues, and then only will we get economic liberty in the country. So this is my big requirement. Yeah.
All right, Dipanshu, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think a lot of the discussion when we sort of talk about infrastructure tends to be pivoted around just physical infrastructure, which no doubt is lacking in 65% of the population is in rural areas.
Right.
You have to look at, when you're talking about infrastructure, where much of the infrastructure is coming about. And that's an important question to look at, particularly where cities that have drawn traditionally a lot of capital. The same cities are no longer drawing the same amount of capital that was earlier the case in the 90s and the 2000s.
Right.
What it does is, if you just, for example, if you create 5 airports in a place where there is less travel happening, you would expect these airports not to be utilized for the facility of what you're looking at. So this is the problem that China faced, and it's facing and experiencing now. It just went for big bang infrastructural projects domestically, which then over a period of time through credit fuel spending added to a lot of government debt. India has, at this point of time, which the IMF has cautioned, 83% of the GDP is in the government debt category, 80% in corporate debt, 40% in household debt. When I'm talking about these figures, what is important to look at is the context in which, over a period of time, how physical infrastructure needs need to be mapped where those infrastructural needs are most required. So when you mention about South India or tribal areas, are roadways, railways connectivity being enhanced there? So the Northeast is a truly exemplary example in that regard in the Modi government. Northeast connectivity has gone up. As you mentioned, just one small point.
Sure. Because it really closed down to the finance
On AI, I just hope that the announcements made are more about making the population, and particularly as part of the education institutions, more capable of granting those skills. You had the national education policy, which is the highlight of this government. but the average spending of the government is less than 3% in education.
Less than 3%.
3%. I have the numbers with me, and it's jarring. Because you can't have a policy as ambitious as that of the national education policy and just put 3% of your overall spending towards higher education.
So then what do you do? You know, it takes me back to your original point before we go to live broadcast from Parliament where the Finance Minister would be speaking. The first point that you made was exactly this, that the GST money which is coming in, and so much of it is being spoken about, who is really bringing in that money? And where is that money being deployed? Does it all boil down to that, and hopefully we'll get some, in a 10-year span, you know, we'll get some clarity today?
I mean, hope so, but I think that's what a lot of the economists who have been sort of looking at the data from not the political side of the story, but just the way the data presents, is that's what a K-shaped economy means.
Economy really is. That's true. That's true. You know, a K-shaped economy. I think we just about have time. Before we go to live broadcast, it's 11 a.m. now, and any time you'll start getting live pictures from Lok Sabha, where the Finance Minister will be making her 6th budget speech. The 10th budget for Modi Sarkar, 6th budget speech for Nirmala Sitharaman. And what a journey it's been, honestly, for Nirmala Sitharaman too. You know, she started off as a spokesperson. I remember first time meeting Nirmala Sitharaman, which was way back in 2005 when the BJP was celebrating its 25th anniversary, and from 2005 to 2024, look at where Nirmala Sitharaman, look at where she's reached. So, but fantastic minister, great mind of her own, and I'd also be looking out, just to carry forward the discussion on southern states, whether there will be more couplets and whether there will be more poems of South Indian authors and poets, which will be used by Nirmala Sitharaman to try and strike a better emotional chord with the population there. But look at the numbers. It's I think the budget speech would be starting any time now. Maybe we can go straight to Parliament and look at the live pictures which are coming from Parliament, because just when the budget speech is to be made, I was told that because of certain political events which had unfolded yesterday in Jharkhand, where the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, has been arrested. And we're told that even there's a possibility of some strong action being taken against the Delhi Chief Minister. Who knows? Who knows how that'll play out? But maybe we can go straight to Parliament and look at what's happening there. How is Nirmala Sitharaman? How is she catching up to all the discussions that we've been having over the last 1 hour here right now? We can maybe go to Parliament. Okay, well, we'll try. We'll go to Lok Sabha at a moment. But Gopal, if you're there, Gopal Krishna Agarwal, and if you can hear me, okay, there are some statements also which are coming in from inside Parliament. But Gopal Krishna Agarwal, if you're still there, if you can hear me, the Finance Minister would be making a speech now, anytime now, just to take forward this discussion on South India. Is there a feeling that the BJP has today that there needs to be a better package, a better way of reaching out to the audiences and to its support base in southern parts of the country? Gopal, if you're there? Okay, I think Gopal is not there. Let me bring you in, Nikhil, because you're making that point. So look at Tamil Nadu. There is one part of this entire discussion which is about in the context of caste, in the context of religiosity. We've seen the orders which have been given by the court, by the High Court in Tamil Nadu. But if you were to look at Tamil Nadu itself, where the BJP has a firebrand leader in the name of in the form of an Annamalai, do you anticipate maybe something specific, some special package maybe to be announced either to Karnataka, where the BJP is hoping for better gains, or even Kerala? PC George has just joined the BJP along with his son. Is there a case there? Are you expecting something on that front?
So far as the political developments of the BJP in the south are concerned, Karnataka is one state where they're already very strong, at least so far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned. The last time around, let's not forget that out of 28 seats, the BJP got
of all regions of the country. With the whole of nation approach of Sabka Prayas, the country overcame the challenges of once-in-a-century pandemic, took long strides towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, committed to Panch Pran, and laid solid foundations for the Amrit Kal. As a result, our young country has high aspirations, pride in its present, and hope and confidence for a bright future. We expect that our government, based on its stupendous work, will be blessed again by the people with a resounding mandate. Inclusive development and growth. Our humane and inclusive approach to development is a marked and deliberate departure from the earlier approach of provisioning up to village level. Development programs were thus provisioned. In the last 10 years, however, have targeted each and every household and individual through housing for all, Har Ghar Jal, electricity for all, cooking gas for all, bank accounts and financial services for all in record time. The worries about food have been eliminated through free ration for 80 crore people. Minimum support prices for the produce of Annadata are periodically increased appropriately. These and the provision of basic necessities have enhanced real income in the rural areas. Their economic needs could be addressed, thus spurring growth and generating jobs. Social justice. Our government is working with an approach to development that is all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive. Sarvangin, Sarvasparshi, or Sarvasamaveshi. It covers all castes and people at all levels. We are working to make India a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. For achieving that goal, we need to improve people's capability and empower them. Previously, social justice was mostly a political slogan. For our government, social justice is an effective and necessary governance model. The saturation approach of covering all eligible people is the true and comprehensive achievement of social justice. This is secularism in action, reduces corruption, and prevents nepotism, prevents Bhai Bhatijawad. There is transparency and assurance that benefits are delivered to all eligible people. The resources are distributed fairly. All, regardless of their social standing, get access to opportunities. We are addressing systemic inequalities that had plagued our society. We focus on outcomes and not on outlays, so that the social economic transformation is achieved. As our Prime Minister firmly believes, we need to focus on 4 major castes. They are Garib, Mahilaye, Yuva, and Annadata. Their needs, their aspirations, and their welfare are our highest priority. The country progresses when they progress. All 4 require and receive government support in their quest to better their lives. Their empowerment and well-being will drive the country forward. Garib Kalyan, Desh Ka Kalyan. We believe in empowering the poor. The earlier approach of tackling poverty through entitlements had resulted in very modest outcomes. When the poor became empowered partners in the development process, government's power to assist them also increases manifold. With the pursuit of Sabka Saath, in these 10 years, the government has assisted 25 crore people to get freedom from multi-dimensional poverty. Our government's efforts are now getting synergized with energy and passion of such empowered people. This is truly elevating them from poverty. Direct benefit transfer of 34 lakh crore rupees from the government using PM Jan Dhan accounts has led to savings of 2.7 lakh crores of rupees for the government. This savings has been realized through avoidance of leakages prevalent earlier. The savings have helped in providing more funds for Garib Kalyan. PM Swanidhi has provided credit assistance to 78 lakh street vendors. From that total of 78 lakh street vendors, 2.3 lakh have received credit for the third time. PM Janman Yojana reaches out to the particularly vulnerable tribal groups who have remained outside the realm of development so far. PM Vishwakarma Yojana provides end-to-end support to artisans and craftspeople engaged in 18 trades. The schemes for empowerment of Divyangs and transgender persons reflect firm resolve of our government to leave no one behind. Welfare of Annadata. Farmers are our Annadata. Every year under PM Kisan Samman Yojana, direct financial assistance is provided to 11.8 crore farmers, including marginal and small farmers. Crop insurance is given to 4 crore farmers under PM Fasal Bima Yojana. These, besides several other programs, are assisting Annadata in producing food for the country and for the world. Electronic National Agricultural Market has integrated 1,361 mandis and is providing services to 1.8 crore farmers with trading volume of 3 lakh crores of rupees. The sector is poised for inclusive, balanced, higher growth and productivity. These are facilitated from farmer-centric policies, income support, coverage of risks through price and insurance support, promotion of technologies and innovations through startups. Empowering the Amrit PD, the Yuva. Our prosperity depends on adequately equipping and empowering the youth. The National Education Policy 2020 is ushering the transformational reforms. PM Schools for Rising India, PM Shri, are delivering quality teaching and nurturing holistic and well-rounded individuals. The Skill India mission has trained 1.4 crore youth, upskilled and reskilled 54 lakh youth, and established 3,000 new ITIs. A large number of institutions of higher learning, namely 7 IITs, 16 triple ITs, 7 IIMs, 15 AIMS, and 390 universities have been set up. PM Mudra Yojana has sanctioned 43 crore loans aggregating to 22.5 lakh crores of rupees for entrepreneurial aspirations of our youth. Besides that, Fund of Funds, Startup India, and Startup Credit Guarantee schemes are assisting our youth. They are also becoming Rozgar Data. The country is proud of our youth scaling new heights in sports. The highest ever medal tally in Asian Games and Asian Para Games in 2023 reflects a high confidence level. chess prodigy and our #1 ranked player Pragyananda put up a stiff fight against the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen in 2023. Today, India has over 80 chess grandmasters compared to little over 20 in 2010. Momentum for Nari Shakti, the empowerment of women through entrepreneurship, ease of living, and dignity for them has gained momentum in these 10 years. 30 crore Mudra Yojana loans have been given to women entrepreneurs. Female enrollment in higher education has gone up by 28% in 10 years. In STEM courses, girls and women constitute 43% of enrollment, one of the highest in the world. All these measures are getting reflected in the increasing participation of women in workforce. Making triple talaq illegal, reservation of 1/3 seats for women in the Lok Sabha and state assemblies, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women as sole or joint owners have enhanced their dignity. Exemplary track record of governance, development, and performance. Besides delivering on high growth in terms of gross domestic product, the government is equally focused on a more comprehensive GDP, that is, governance, development, and performance. Our government has provided transparent, accountable, people-centric, and prompt, trust-based administration with citizen first and minimum government, maximum governance approach. The impact of all-round development is discernible in all sectors. There is macroeconomic stability, including in the external sector. Investments are robust. The economy is doing well. People are living better and earning better, with even greater aspirations for future. Average real income of the people has increased by 50%. Inflation is moderate. People are getting empowered, equipped, and enabled to pursue their aspirations. There is effective and timely delivery of programs and of large projects. Economic management. The multi-pronged economic management over the past 10 years has complemented people-centric, inclusive development. Following are some of the major elements. 1. All forms of infrastructure, physical, digital, or social, are being built in record time. Number 2, all parts of the country are becoming active participants in economic growth. Number 3, digital public infrastructure, a new factor of production in the 21st century, is instrumental in formalization of the economy. Number 4, goods and services tax has enabled one nation, one market, one tax. Tax reforms have led to deepening and widening of tax base. Number 5, strengthening of the financial sector has helped in making savings, credit, and investments more efficient. Number 6, GIFT, IFSC, and the Unified Regulatory Authority, IFSCA, are creating a robust gateway for global capital and financial services for the economy. Number 7, proactive inflation management has helped keep inflation within the policy band. Now, the global context, Honorable Speaker, sir. Geopolitically, Global affairs are becoming more complex and challenging with wars and conflicts. Globalization is being redefined with reshoring and friendshoring, disruption and fragmentation of supply chains, and competition for critical minerals and technologies. A new world order is emerging after the COVID pandemic. India assumed the G20 presidency during very difficult times for the world. The global economy was going through high inflation, high interest rates, low growth, very high public debt, low trade growth, and climate changes. The pandemic has led to a crisis of food, fertilizer, fuel, and finances for the world, while India successfully navigated its way. The country showed the way forward and built consensus on solutions for those global problems. The recently announced India-Middle East-Europe economic corridor is a strategic and economic game changer for India and others. In the words of Honorable Prime Minister, the corridor, and I quote, will become the basis of world trade for hundreds of years to come, and history will remember that this corridor was initiated on Indian soil, unquote. Vision for Vikasit Bharat. Our vision for Vikasit Bharat is that of prosperous Bharat in harmony with nature, with modern infrastructure, and providing opportunities for all citizens and all regions to reach their potential. With confidence arising from strong and exemplary track record of performance and progress, earning Sabka Vishwas, the next 5 years will be years of unprecedented development and golden moments to realize the dream of developed India by 2047. The trinity of demography, democracy, and diversity backed by Sabka Prayas has the potential to fulfill aspirations of every Indian. As Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address to the nation mentioned, I quote, there is no dearth of opportunities, as many opportunities as we want. The country is capable of creating more opportunities. Sky is the limit, unquote. Strategy for Amritkal. Our government will adopt economic policies that foster and sustain growth, facilitate inclusive and sustainable development, improve productivity, create opportunities for all, help them enhance their capabilities, and contribute to generation of resources to power investments and fulfill aspirations. Guided by the principle, reform, perform, and transform, the government will take up next generation reforms and build consensus with the states and stakeholders for effective implementation. It is an important policy priority for our government to ensure timely and adequate finances, relevant technologies, and appropriate training for the micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, to grow and also compete globally. Orienting the regulatory environment to facilitate their growth will be an important element of this policy mix. Aligning with the Panchamrit goals, our government will facilitate sustaining high and more resource-efficient economic growth. This will work towards energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. For meeting the investment needs, our government will prepare the financial sector in terms of size, capacity, skills, and regulatory framework. Aspirational Districts Program. Our government stands ready to assist the states in faster development of aspirational districts and blocks, including generation of ample economic opportunities. Development of the East. Our government will pay utmost attention to make the eastern region and its people a powerful driver of India's growth. PM Awas Yojana Gramin. Despite the challenges due to COVID, implementation of PM Awas Yojana Gramin continued, and we are close to achieving the target of 3 crore houses. 2 crore more houses will be taken up in the next 5 years to meet the requirement arising from increase in the number of families. Rooftop solarization and Muft Bijli. Through rooftop solarization, 1 crore households will be enabled to obtain up to 300 units free electricity every month. This scheme follows the resolve of Honorable Prime Minister on the historic day of consecration of Sri Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Following benefits are expected. Savings up to 15 to 18,000 rupees annually for households from free solar electricity and selling the surplus to the distribution companies. Charging of electric vehicles. Entrepreneurship opportunities for a large number of vendors for supply and installation. Employment opportunities for the youth with technical skills in manufacturing, installation, and maintenance. Housing for middle class. Our government will launch a scheme to help deserving sections of the middle class, and I quote from Honorable Prime Minister's words, living in rented houses or slums or chawls and unauthorized colonies, unquote, to buy or build their own houses. Medical colleges. Several youth are ambitious to get qualified as doctors. They aim to serve our people through improved healthcare services. Our government plans to set up more medical colleges by utilizing the existing hospital infrastructure under various departments. A committee for this purpose will be set up to examine the issues and make relevant recommendations. Cervical cancer vaccination. Our government will encourage vaccination for girls in the age group of 9 to 14 years for prevention of cervical cancer. Maternal and child health care. Various schemes for maternal and child care will be brought under one comprehensive program for synergy in implementation. Upgradation of Anganwadi centers under Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 will be expedited for improved nutrition delivery, early childhood care and development. The newly designed UWIN platform for managing immunization and intensified efforts of Mission Indradhanush will be rolled out expeditiously throughout the country. Ayushman Bharat. Healthcare cover under Ayushman Bharat scheme will be extended to all ASHA workers, to all Anganwadi workers and helpers. Agriculture and food processing. The efforts of value addition in agriculture sector and boosting farmers' incomes will be stepped up. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana has benefited 38 lakh farmers and generated 10 lakh employment. Pradhan Mantri formalization of micro food processing enterprises Yojana has assisted 2.4 lakh SHGs and 60,000 individuals with credit linkages. Other schemes are complementing the efforts for reducing post-harvest losses and improving productivity and incomes. For ensuring faster growth of the sector, our government will further promote private and public investment in post-harvest activities, including aggregation, modern storage, efficient supply chains, primary and secondary processing and marketing and branding. Nano DAP. After the successful adoption of nano urea, application of nano DAP on various crops will be expanded in all agroclimatic zones. Atmanirbhar Oil Seeds Abhiyan. Building on the initiative announced in 2022, a strategy will be formulated to achieve Atmanirbharta for oil seeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soya bean, and sunflower. This will cover research for high-yielding varieties, widespread adoption of modern farming techniques, market linkages, procurement, value addition, and crop insurance. Dairy development. A comprehensive program for supporting dairy farmers will be formulated. Efforts are already on to control foot and mouth disease. India is the world's largest milk producer with but with low productivity of milch animals. The program will be built on the success of existing schemes such as Rashtriya Gokul Mission, National Livestock Mission, and infrastructure development funds for dairy processing and animal husbandry. Matsya Sampada. It was our government which set up a separate department for fisheries, realizing formalization of micro food processing enterprises, Yojana, has assisted 2.4 lakh SHG. After the successful adoption of nano urea, application of nano DAP on various crops will be expanded in all agroclimatic zones. Atmanirbhar Oil Seeds Abhiyan. Building on the initiative announced in 2022, a strategy will be formulated to achieve Atmanirbharta for oil seeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soya bean, and sunflower. This will cover research for high-yielding varieties, widespread adoption of modern farming techniques, market linkages, procurement, value addition, and crop insurance. Dairy development. A comprehensive program for supporting dairy farmers will be formulated. Efforts are already on to control foot and mouth disease. India is the world's largest milk producer with India is the world's largest milk producer, but with low productivity of milch animals. The program will be built on the success of existing schemes such as Rashtriya Gokul Mission, National Livestock Mission, and infrastructure development funds for dairy processing and animal husbandry. Matsya Sampada. It was a government which set up a separate department for fisheries, realizing
पाँच सौ 17 नए हवाई मार्ग
green energy. Towards meeting up will be taken. Viability gap funding will be provided for harnessing offshore wind energy, potential for initial capacity of 1 gigawatt. Coal gasification and liquefaction capacity of 100 metric tons will be set up by 2030. This will also help in reducing imports of natural gas, methanol, and ammonia. Phased mandatory blending of compressed biogas in compressed natural gas for transport and piped natural gas for domestic purposes will be mandated. Financial assistance will be provided for procurement of biomass aggregation machinery to support collection. Electric vehicle ecosystem. Our government will expand this and strengthen the e-vehicle ecosystem by supporting manufacturing and charging infrastructure. Greater adoption of e-buses for public transport networks will be encouraged through payment security mechanism. Biomanufacturing and biofoundry. For promoting green growth, a new scheme of biomanufacturing and biofoundry will be launched. This will provide environment-friendly alternatives such as biodegradable polymers, bioplastics, biopharmaceuticals, and bioagri inputs. This scheme will also help in transforming today's consumptive manufacturing paradigm to the one based on regenerative principles. Blue Economy 2.0. For promoting climate resilient activities for Blue Economy 2.0, a scheme for restoration and adaptation measures and coastal aquaculture and mariculture with integrated and multi-sectoral approach will be launched. Comprehensive development of tourist centers. The success of organizing G20 meetings in 60 places presented diversity of India to global audience. Our economic strength has made the country an attractive destination for business and conference tourism. Our middle class also now aspires to travel and explore. Tourism, including spiritual tourism, has tremendous opportunities for local entrepreneurship. States will be encouraged to take up comprehensive development of iconic tourist centers, branding and marketing them at global scale. A framework for rating of the centers based on quality of facilities and services will be established. Long-term interest-free loans will be provided to states for financing such development on matching basis. To address the emerging fervor for domestic tourism, Honorable Speaker, sir, projects for port connectivity, tourism infrastructure, and amenities will be taken up on our islands, including Lakshadweep. This will help in generating employment also. Promoting investments. The FDI inflow during 2014 to 23 was $596 billion, marking a golden era. That is twice the inflow during 2005 to 14. For encouraging sustained foreign investment, we are negotiating bilateral investment treaties with our foreign partners in the spirit of First Develop India. FDI is First Develop India. Reforms in the states for Vikasit Bharat. Many growth and development enabling reforms are needed in the states for realizing the vision of Vikasit Bharat. a provision of 75,000 crore rupees as 50-year interest-free loan is proposed this year to support those milestone-linked reforms by the state governments. Societal changes. The government will form a high-powered committee for an extensive consideration of the challenges arising from fast population growth and demographic changes. The committee will be mandated to make recommendations for addressing these challenges comprehensively in relation to the goal of Vikasit Bharat. Amrit Kal as Kartavya Kal. Our government stands committed to strengthening and expanding the economy with high growth and to create conditions for people to realize their aspirations. Honorable Prime Minister, in his Independence Day address to the nation in the 75th year of our Republic, said, and I quote, "We commit ourselves to national development with new inspirations, new consciousness, new resolutions as the country opens up immense possibilities and opportunities. It is our Kartavya Kal." Unquote. Every challenge of the pre-2014 era was overcome through our economic management and our governance. These have placed the country on a resolute path of sustained high growth. This has been possible through right policies, true intentions, and appropriate decisions. In the full budget in July, Honorable Speaker, our government will present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. Revised estimates. Revised estimates of 2023-24. The revised estimate of the total receipts other than borrowings is 27.56 lakh crores of rupees, of which the tax receipts are 23.24 lakh crore rupees. The revised estimate of total expenditure is 44.90 lakh crore rupees. The revenue receipts at 30.03 lakh crore rupees are expected to be higher than the budget estimate, reflecting strong growth momentum and formalization in the economy. The revised estimate of the fiscal deficit is 5.8% of GDP, improving on the budget estimate, notwithstanding moderation in the nominal growth estimates. Budget estimates for 2024-25. Coming to the year 2024-25, the total receipts other than borrowings and total expenditure are estimated at 30.80 and 47.66 lakh crore rupees respectively. The tax receipts are estimated at 26.02 lakh crore rupees. The scheme of 50-year interest-free loan for capital expenditure to states will be continued this year with an outlay of 1.3 lakh crore rupees. We continue on the path of fiscal consolidation, as announced in my budget speech of 2021-22, to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% by 25-26. The fiscal deficit in 2024-25 is estimated to be 5.1% of GDP, adhering to that path. So the gross and net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.13 lakh crore rupees and 11.75 lakh crore respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. Now that the private investments are happening at scale, the lower borrowings by the central government will facilitate larger availability of credit for the private sector. Vote on account. I'll be seeking vote on account approval of the Parliament through the appropriation bill for a part of the financial year 2024-25. I will now move to Part B. Honourable Speaker, sir, over the last 10 years, the direct tax collections have more than trebled and the return filers swelled 2.4 times. I would like to assure the taxpayers that their contributions have been used wisely for the development of the country and welfare of its people. I appreciate the taxpayers for their continued support. The government has reduced and rationalized tax rates. Under the new tax scheme, there is now no tax liability for taxpayers with income up to 7 lakh rupees, up from 2.2 lakh rupees in the financial year 2013-14. The threshold for presumptive taxation for retail businesses was increased from 2 crores to 3 crores. Similarly, the threshold for professionals eligible for presumptive taxation was increased from 50 lakh rupees to 75 lakh rupees. Also, corporate tax rate was decreased from 30% to 22% for existing domestic companies and to 15% for certain new manufacturing companies. Honourable Speaker, sir, in the last 5 years, our focus has been to improve taxpayer services. The age-old jurisdiction-based assessment system was transformed with the introduction of faceless assessment and appeal, thereby imparting greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Introduction of updated income tax returns, a new Form 26AS, and pre-filling of tax returns have made filing of tax returns simpler and easier. Average processing time of returns has been reduced from 93 days in the year 2013-14 to a mere 10 days this year, thereby making refunds faster. Indirect taxation. By unifying the highly fragmented indirect tax regime in India, the GST has reduced the compliance burden on trade and industry. The industry has acknowledged the benefits of GST. According to a recent survey conducted by a leading consulting firm, 94% of industry leaders view the transition to GST as largely positive. According to 80% of the respondents, it has led to supply chain optimization, as elimination of tax arbitrage and octroi has resulted in disbanding of checkposts at the state and city boundaries. At the same time, tax base of GST more than doubled, and the average monthly gross GST collection has almost doubled to 1.66 lakh crores this year. States too have benefited. States' SGST revenue, including compensation released to states in the post-GST period of 2017-18 to 2022-23, has achieved a buoyancy of 1.22. In contrast, the tax buoyancy of state revenues from subsumed taxes in the pre-GST 4-year period of 2012-13 to 2015-16 was a mere 0.72. The biggest beneficiaries are consumers, as reduction in logistic cost and taxes have brought down prices of most goods and services. We have taken a number of steps in customs to facilitate international trade. As a result, the import release time declined by 47% to 71 hours at inland container depots, by 28% to 44 hours at air cargo complexes, and by 27% to 85 hours at seaports over the last 4 years since 2019. When the national time release studies were first acted. Tax proposals. As for tax proposals, in keeping with the convention, I do not propose to make any changes relating to taxation and propose to retain the same tax rates for direct and indirect taxes, including import duties. However, certain tax benefits to startups and investments made by sovereign wealth or pension funds, as also tax exemption on certain income of some IFSC units, are expiring on 31/3/2024. To provide continuity in taxation, I propose to extend the date to 31/3/2025. Moreover, in line with our government's vision to improve ease of living and ease of doing business, I wish to make an announcement to improve taxpayers' services. There are a large number of petty, non-verified, non-reconciled or disputed direct tax demands, many of them dating as far back as 1962, which continue to remain on the books, causing anxiety to honest taxpayers and hindering refunds of subsequent years. Honorable Speaker, sir, I propose to withdraw such outstanding direct tax demands up to 25,000 rupees pertaining to the period up to financial year 2009-10 and up to 10,000 rupees for financial years 2010-11 to 2014-15. This is expected to benefit about 1 crore taxpayers. 1 crore taxpayers would benefit out of this. Economy then and now. In 2014, when our government assumed the reins, the responsibility to mend the economy step by step and to put the governance systems in order was enormous. The need of the hour was to give hope to the people, to attract investments, and to build support for the much-needed reforms. The government did that successfully, following our strong belief of nation first. The crisis of those years has been overcome, and the economy has been put firmly on a high, sustainable growth path with all-round development. It is now appropriate to look at where we were then. I repeat, it is now appropriate to look at where we were then till 2014 and where we are now, only for the purpose of drawing lessons from the mismanagement of those years. The government will lay a white paper on table of the House. The exemplary track record of governance, development and performance, effective delivery and Jan Kalyan has given the government trust, confidence and blessings of the people to realize whatever it takes, the goal of Vikasit Bharat with good intentions, true dedication and hard work in the coming years and decades. With this, Honorable Speaker, I commend the interim budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
So, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003, Medium-Term Fiscal Policy cum Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement and Macroeconomic Framework Statement.
Item number 3, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये है कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
So I introduce the bill.
सभा की कार्रवाई शुक्रवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Okay, that's the speech which has been made by the Finance Minister. Just under an hour, Nirmala Sitharaman spoke very to the point, erudite as always. Lots of interesting points, lots of important updates given by the Finance Minister. FDI has a new definition now. Foreign direct investment is now first develop India, and that's why sometimes when some of these slogans which are made by the government of the day, by top cabinet ministers, it gives you an idea of what will happen when the impending elections come. So no major change in tax slabs, remains more or less same. That's the one critical bullet point that you could look at. Great impetus for the EV space, the electric vehicle space, lot more subsidies, and some thrust certainly being given for innovation. So a new corpus, a new fund being created for those who are wanting to get deeply involved in innovation. There is a 50-year plan which has now been spoken about. Let's welcome our guest here with us in our studios, and there will be other politicians as well who will be joining in. I'm also told that the Prime Minister may actually be making a statement once the day's proceedings are over as well. But Nikhil, let me first kick off with you, Nikhil and Dipanshu, both of them with us right since the morning. Your initial thoughts, just as an opening line of sorts of what you heard from the Finance Minister today.
Bhupendra, first of all, I think I was miserably wrong when I said that there are going to be outlays for the tribals, for South and for women. I think the Finance Minister kept it very sober, very somber. There wasn't anything that I at least could figure out that was major or path-breaking in a sense. I'm not quite sure why the BJP would do that, because at the end of the day, it is a political party. The elections are around the corner. I was expecting some political points in the budget, but so far we have not seen anything. So my initial thoughts are very bleh.
Okay. Your initial comments, Dipanshu?
Yeah, so I think the first acknowledgement by the Finance Minister on talking about the government's focus on the poor, women, farmers and youth clearly signifies that the government at the end of the day is aware that there is a sense of discontentment that has affected these groups. There's a reason I say that, because it came out very clearly and explicitly in the opening remarks of the Finance Minister. And then she went about talking what the government has done for the poor, what they've tried to do in terms of talking about women participation in education, farmers, what has been done in terms of subsidies, and in terms of the youth, what they have done and what they want to do. I think that, to me, is a political messaging that they're trying to cater, because these are the groups that we are sensing is discontentment in terms of the handling.
The one specific point, just on that, because since we're on the discontentment part, the Finance Minister took a categorical position.
Yeah.
She believes that there has been a drastic reduction in the pricing of most goods, right? I mean, she said that very, very clearly. Now, inflation has been a cause of concern. The lack of growth of money, the value of your money, that has been a cause of concern. Yet the Finance Minister believes that the price of most goods has come down. Is there a contradiction?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this is a debatable statement to the extent that I feel that that's misleading to the prices of what you see in retail and also on wholesale levels. We know there is enough data on food inflation that the average food inflation has been over and above 10%, consistently over 18 to 20 months. But wholesale price level has been down at single digits, below 5%, which is not a good sign because it reflects that the private sector is not consuming as much as it needs to for capacity utilization. Having said that, one important piece of announcement which I felt that has, I think, unfortunately not gained that much of attention in the last 5 years or so, but is doing so in the last 2 to 3 budgets that I've consistently seen, is PM Awas Yojana and greater spending towards that. That is one of the most essential Prime Minister led schemes, finance schemes, which has allowed for affordable housing in tier 2, tier 3 areas, which, as you would know, is most essential in allowing for migrant workers, those who are coming in and looking for affordable housing. Because rent, and you have to know this, inflation data doesn't capture rent or rent prices, which is one of the largest composition of your average spending. And everybody would know that in cities you're spending a lot of money on rent. So to bring down rent, to bring down prices, if you're getting affordable housing projects in line, that's a good piece of sort of inclination. Second, finally, capex has been kept, I think, at a very high level. 11.1 crore is what lakh crore is what I could see. Which is what they're looking at, and the screen says 11.1% is the rise in capex. So the government is clearly saying that it wants to continue spending more on capital expenditure, on infrastructural needs, the way that it has been doing. There is continuum in that, but to what extent this will come at the cost of revenue expenditure is what we have to look at in the details, and that's what I put.
In fact, there is a crystal view as well, that the 11.1% higher capex which has been budgeted for infrastructure is lower than what has been the run rate in the previous years. Which effectively implies that you're counting on the private sector, that the private sector has to step in and
which is what the government would have to do. You know, it was spending all this money hoping the private sector would come in.
And therefore the reduction in corporate tax.
And reduction in corporate tax. But that doesn't work.
That doesn't work.
It hasn't worked for this tendency of the government to reduce corporate tax to drive capital, which we call crowding in investment. That hasn't happened in whatever evidence we've got till 2022.
Nikhil, let's look at it politically. You know, would I be right if I was to say that because the finance minister hasn't rolled out the red carpet, it's not as if that you could say that this is a budget which is an election budget since elections are so close? So would I be right then to say that essentially what Narendra Modi and Nirmala Sitharaman are telling to the country is that we're absolutely certain that we're coming back to power? You have faith. This is what we've done. We've presented a report card of sorts over the last 10 years. We'll come back and then wait for action when we come back. Is that the political messaging which is coming in?
I think that's certainly one way to look at it. Some of the things that the BJP has been doing, there are two different ways to look at it. Like, for instance, the JDU debacle that just happened, that Nitish Kumar switched sides back to the BJP. Some people are looking at it like the BJP is weak for numbers and that is why they want to get Nitish Kumar back in their train. Some people are looking at it like the BJP is further strengthening what it has done, and they're very confident of the numbers that they'll get, because at the end of the day, they'll reduce their seats in Bihar. So I'm not quite sure how to look at it and what approach to look at it. Although one thing that I'd like to point out on the topic of misleading statements that Dipanshu was talking about earlier, the finance minister in her speech said that I'm going to pull back cases that pertain to tax demands of less than 25,000 up to year 2009 to 10, and I'm going to pull back tax demand cases of up to 10,000 for years 2011 to 2015.
And 1 crore people to benefit.
1 crore taxpayers are to benefit. I'm not quite sure how that is, because I'm going to read out an Economic Times report from January 2023 that up till financial year 2020 to 21, about 4.6 lakh cases were pending at the Commissioner of Income Tax appeal level, which is total 80% of the total income tax disputes. That is about the total income tax disputes in the country. All sizes is less than 6 lakh. I am not quite sure how do we have 1 crore people benefiting from just, drawing back of these petty cases. So I don't know where the finance minister is getting her numbers from. Maybe somebody needs to check.
Yeah. Sometimes the devil. Sometimes the devil is in the detail. But I'm just looking at some interesting points which have been made by the finance minister. Just to run our viewers, because the idea that I said on this Gen X Nexa broadcast on Times of India online platform is to sift through the numbers, cut through the numbers, and give you a very straightforward, clear-cut understanding. So no changes in direct, indirect tax rates. Average GST monthly collection doubling up to 1.66 lakh crores. PM Mudra Yojana has sanctioned 43 crore loans amounting to 22.5 lakh crores for entrepreneurial aspirations of our youth. Fund of Funds, Startup India and Startup Credit Guarantee schemes are assisting our youth, is the view being expressed by the Finance Minister. I think we need to spend some time on this. Because we've seen how over the last 6 months a concerted attempt has been made by the government to try and establish a better communication with the first-time voters. It started off with, the Instagram and YouTube influencers being given audiences with the Prime Minister, with top chief ministers. We saw how that moved further up when we were looking at the assembly elections. Now when I'm looking at all this, a fund to cater to the entrepreneurial aspirations, is that where Dipanshu, the political spin comes into play? That when you go on the election campaign pitch, you can actually tell from Raebareli to Amethi to Chennai to Kerala, you can go and you can tell the people that, look, this is the amount of money which we're putting in because we believe in the youth of our country.
No, that's true. I mean, politically, the government over the last particularly 2 years, you would see, has done a lot to reach out to first-time voters. And the idea is, in fact, that's one of the reasons where I'm saying that the Finance Minister spent a considerable amount of time talking about what the government has done for the youth. She's spoken about what probably could have come out more clearly in how over a period of time a lot more could have been done. When you're talking about innovation, you're talking about creating a fund for it. I mean, in a country as large as India, a union government budget, when it creates a fund, we have to know how much of that relevance would sort of trickle down to the actual needs and demands of startup companies. So I'll give you an example. Now, RBI, which is the central bank, would be taken into confidence when you would allowance sort of a 43 crore loan scheme, which the government would put. Now, the RBI would have to then be pressurized into reducing through commercial banks, and we saw yesterday the announcement with Paytm, the amount of credit fuel debt.
Okay, just hold on. Manish Tiwari, I understand, is speaking to the reporters in Parliament. Let's just listen to him.
The union budget for this year, and this number is only going to increase over the next year. If you leave that aside for a moment, the rest of the budget speech was mere grandstanding. It was like driving, looking into the rear view mirror rather than looking ahead. So therefore, the Finance Minister spent all her time in extolling her own track record.
All right, the Congress making a predictable statement that that there is nothing to look out for. But look at the fiscal deficit which has been committed to 5.8%. Right? Your thoughts on that? Every budget there's a lot of commentary on, are we adhering? Is it unmanageable? Is it? I mean, we've looked at fiscal deficits exceeding 6.2, 6.3, 6.4 as well. 5.8, good performance, you'd say?
There are 2 points. Fiscal consolidation has been one of the hallmarks of Nirmala Sitharaman when it comes to prioritizing that in her budget outlook. I think that's one stark difference. From the time she came in as Finance Minister, she's consistently talked about a fiscal consolidation roadmap for the government to follow. Having said that, what the government has, and I think when you've seen the revised estimates that have come out, we'll have to look at what's happened with what the government envisaged in terms of tax revenue and what it has collected. We know about indirect tax and the direct tax collections have been very promising, but what you don't have is a promising window or is on other estimates through disinvestment that the government wanted to project. It has failed to account for, in revised estimates, you see that whatever it has outlaid in terms of it wishes to continue on disinvestment, it has not been able to do that. Which means that whatever roadmap you would create for fiscal consolidation or handling your fiscal deficit, it will be difficult for the government to do so over a period of time. So the pleasant story is we are collecting a lot more revenue, more than what we expect in the direct and indirect tax revenue, but we're not doing our non-tax revenue receipts, which is where bulk of the government's revenue would come in from. That's not at all.
Shashi Tharoor, Congress speaking. Let's listen to him.
Very little concrete on implementation. Some serious questions about areas of omission. No reference to the success or failure of the PLI scheme, which is taking so much money. She talked about foreign investment without acknowledging that investment has come down significantly. She talked, frankly, about a number of things that are couched in vague language like for confidence and hope and so on. But when it comes to hard figures, there were very few figures available. For example, she talked about foreign direct investment without acknowledging that it has come down as a percentage of GDP, not gone up. She talked about, she didn't talk about unemployment, which has gone up to record levels. She didn't talk about youth unemployment. She didn't talk about declining female labor participation when talking about Nari Shakti. So there were so many omissions. I must say that this is going to be a very, very disappointing speech in terms of being couched entirely in generalities and without enough substance, nor any willingness to address the specific problems of the economy. She could have taken credit for certain things and challenged certain things, but instead what she gave us was nothing but unvarnished PR kind of rhetoric.
So GDP has been given the new definition, that is governance, development and performance under the leadership of Prime Minister.
Yeah, the GDP I see is government disruption. I see not just not development, but rather, frankly, demographic betrayal of the young. And when I see P, I see poverty rising, and particularly inequality at the bottom echelons of our society. So GDP has a very different meaning in what we are seeing in the country than what she is saying.
So Shashi Tharoor there, we've heard from the Congress. I think it just a short while from now, we'll start hearing from the BJP mandarins too. Nitin Gadkari already has put out a statement thanking the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister for having helped the cause of reaching out to Amrit Kal maybe in a faster way. Amit Goyal, another well-known economic journalist, editorial director of the Pioneer, live with us in our studios as well. Good to have you, Amit, today. Let's look at some of the points which have been made by Nirmala Sitharaman. Now, one interesting point which caught my attention, Amit, was Ms. Sitharaman now after 10 years is now saying that she'll bring in a white paper on the economic mismanagement apparently from 2004 to 2014. Now, Narendra Modi has been in power for the last 10 years. If this white paper had to be brought in, should this statement not have been made, say, in 2014 or maybe even in 19 when Mr. Modi had just become the Prime Minister?
Well, I mean, frankly, if you ask me, there is no need for such a paper. Because Modi is winning elections on his own. He is no longer winning elections by criticizing the previous governments, how they have performed politically, socially or economically. So I think there is no need. So one will have to understand from the government what is it which provoked them, or the thought process of
politics, because you're in a scenario where you're so close to the elections, Amit, right?
Because
so you want to create an electoral talking point for yourself.
Yeah, but this is not an electoral talking point. This entire budget speech of 1 hour does not have anything excepting couple of things. One is this Modi guarantee which they are talking about, 3 crore houses, rural houses, and
you look towards me,
and this Lakpati Didis.
Yeah, that's the other input.
So 1 crore Lakpati Didis target has been increased to 3 crore.
3 crores now.
So what you will see in the process, in the election process up to July. July is when the next budget will be presented, where you probably will see more tax invasions by the government. This is what will play out in the public discourse by this government, because these are the Modi guarantees.
Look at, since you're the Lakpati Didis question, I'm looking at the statement which was made by the Finance Minister. Momentum for Nari Shakti. Now, what does she say? She says 30 crore Mudra Yojana loans have been given to women entrepreneurs. Female enrollment in higher education going up by 28% in the last 10 years. In STEM courses, girls and women constituting 43% of overall enrollment, which is one of the highest in the world. And then she follows that making triple talaq illegal, reservation of 1/3 seats for women in the Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies, and giving over 70% houses under PM Awas Yojana in rural areas to women as sole or joint owners, enhancing their dignity. Is this like a clear-cut reiteration to the women voters of India that exemplary work has been done for women and therefore come at the election time, women should know that this is what Modi Sarkar is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tapping the women voters, and why not? I mean, this is what the government has brought out. See, since 2014, when Arun Jaitley presented his first budget, Modi government focus has been on micro things, how the money should reach to the last person, whether it is direct benefit transfer team or anything like this. You know, he's been focusing right to the last person, and they market it.
Okay,
very
can I just
well.
hold you? Jyotirada Scindia, Union Minister, is speaking. Let's listen.
है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो भारत में एक नई क्रांति और परिवर्तन पिछले एक दशक में आई है, एक विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य, एक आत्मनिर्भर भारत का लक्ष्य, एक विश्व गुरु बनने का लक्ष्य, उन तीनों लक्ष्यों के प्रति पूर्ण श्रद्धा के साथ और गति के साथ भारत बढ़ चुका है। हमारी चार जो जात प्रधानमंत्री के मस्तिष्क में है, हमारी महिलाएं, हमारे नौजवान, हमारे गरीब, हमारे अन्नदाता, उनके पूर्ण रूप से ऊर्जावान होने के आधार पे ही भारत आगे बढ़ेगा। और जो नए नए कीर्तिमान हर एक क्षेत्र में हमने स्थापित किए हैं, चाहे अधोसंरचना हो, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना हो, चाहे गरीब कल्याण योजना हो, चाहे आयुष्मान कार्ड योजना हो, एक एक क्षेत्र में हमारे नौजवानों ने नए कीर्तिमान स्थापित किए हैं, चाहे ओलंपिक्स हो, चाहे कोई भी प्रतिस्पर्धा हो। भारत अब आगे बढ़ चुका है। यही समय है, सही समय है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
सही समय है। If you look at, if the whole focus here in Times of India Online is Modi's decade of change, and if you're trying to decipher how the story of India has changed over the last 10 years, to couple with Nirmala Sitharaman's commitment now, that what you are now going to witness is another wave of economic reforms which will ultimately take us to Amrit Kal, which will ultimately make India a developed nation by 2047. We've got to look at all these numbers through two clear-cut prisms. How has it really impacted your life and my life in the last 10 years? And the big budgetary push which Nirmala Sitharaman is talking about, which he says will happen in the month of July, when the Prime Minister comes back to power, that shows exemplary confidence. Spokesperson of the BJP joining us live as well. क्या बात है, मतलब मैं तो पहली बार देख रहा हूँ आज ये कि भाई निर्मला सीतारमण ऐलानिया तौर पे कह दे रही हैं वो. She's making it absolutely clear that when I come back to power in July, then I will unveil what my roadmap for the next 10 years is. What does it tell you? That the game is already done and dusted.
Sir, the Prime Minister has already told it 3 times, I think, and he has told that in next tenure I will be taking the economy to the 3rd largest economy of the world, and that is the way we are moving, and will be.
Okay.
आगे के लिए भी और अधिक आशाएं बढ़ती हैं, और भारत की इकॉनमी की साइज जितनी इस समय है, इसमें पूरी तरह से मैं आश्वस्त हूं इस इंटरिम बजट के कारण ही, जो भी इंडिकेशन इस बजट से मिले हैं कि हमारी इकॉनमी जो आज दुनिया की टाइप 5 कंट्रीज में है, उसकी साइज बढ़कर 2027 तक मोर देन $5 ट्रिलियन जाएगी, और 2030 आते आते मोर देन $7 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंचेगी।
2047 का जो एक रोड मैप दिया है प्रधानमंत्री,
क्या उस रोड मैप, उस टारगेट को हम अचीव करेंगे, हम लोग पूरी तरह से कॉन्फिडेंट हैं।
थैंक यू सर।
हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि लोगों को फायदा हो। हमारी तो यही है कि वतन आगे बढ़े, तरक्की करे, इन्फ्लेशन डाउन आए, एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़े, इंडस्ट्रीज बढ़े। हमारी यही तो ख्वाहिश है। टूरिज्म बढ़े। G20 में जो आए थे, टूरिज्म की मीटिंग हुई थी कश्मीर में, हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि बाहर से और लोग आएंगे टूरिज्म में। और अभी बर्फ़ पड़ी है अच्छी, तो स्कीइंग के सीज़न शुरू हो जाएगा, उम्मीद करते हैं वो भी आएंगे।
महिलाओं के लिए कहा कि लखपति बनेगी और बाकी सारी चीज़ें।
बहुत अच्छा है, वो लखपति बनेगी, इंडिपेंडेंट हो जाएंगी, उससे घर और भी आबाद होगा। हम उम्मीद करेंगे कि वो नरम रहेंगी, ये ना हो कि फिर.
So there you have it. Sharma ji, you were pointing out that the Prime Minister has already declared that this is a done and dusted deal. So Lakhpati Didi 5.8 FDI, the fiscal deficit. And FDI, by the way, has a new name, First Develop India. So ये First Develop India जो है, is this now the new talking point for the BJP now?
Sir, the First Develop India, Modi has started it way back, I can say. And if I take it, he started with Make in India, then he told vocal for local. At the same time, he planned PLI so that the Indian industries grows and Indian industry can compete the world. At the same time, he had boosted the export, which has reached $770 billion US. So these are all the factors which have combined since long, and they want that the manufacturing sector should grow, the other sectors should grow, and all the sectors, सबका साथ सबका विकास के साथ में देश आगे बढ़े. And the startup, AI, defense, this will be the new era where a big announcement is being done that 1 lakh crore corpus is created, which will be given interest free or at a very minimum interest, which is a very big amount for defense person, for AI persons, and for startup persons.
Okay, so, Gaurav Gogoi is speaking as well. Let's just listen into him.
उद्योगपति जो मोदी जी के करीब हैं, जो नए उद्योग में निवेश करना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए इस बजट में कुछ मिलेगा और वही इस बजट में हमने देखा.
निर्मला जी ने ये भी कह दिया है कि जुलाई में जो हम बजट पेश करेंगे उसमें जो विकसित भारत की पूरी और तस्वीर आपको नजर आएगी.
देखिए, मुझे लगता है इसी में सरकार की अहंकार दिखती है. निर्वाचन हुआ नहीं है और ये अपने आप को विजेता घोषित कर रहे हैं. जनता जनार्दन है और कोई भी राजनीतिक दल भारत के जनता से अपने आप को बड़ा नहीं समझना चाहिए.
Okay, let's look at Amit. Let's look at this other question. गरीब कल्याण देश का कल्याण. You know, the finance minister says कि अगर गरीब का कल्याण होगा तो देश का कल्याण होगा. And then she's talking about direct benefit transfers of 34 lakh crore from the government using PM Jan Dhan accounts, leading to savings of 2.7 lakh crore for the government. Now, these are huge numbers. If the government is saving 2.7 lakh crore while transferring 34 lakh crore rupees, why are we still not looking at the
सबका विश्वास और सबके लिए प्रयास. आने वाले दिनों में जब हम विकसित भारत की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं, ये बजट उसके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेपिंग स्टोन है. मेरे दृष्टि से उस बजट की अगर सबसे बड़ी अनाउंसमेंट अगर मैं मानूं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जय अनुसंधान की बात कही थी. सिर्फ कहे नहीं, उसको क्रियान्वयन करने के लिए आज बजट में 1 लाख करोड़ रुपया की एक कॉर्पस फंड की अनाउंस किया गया. जो संस्था, जो निजी सेक्टर की संस्था, प्राइवेट सेक्टर या इंस्टीट्यूशनल बॉडी लोन लेना चाहेगा, 50 साल तक इंटरेस्ट फ्री लोन देने की व्यवस्था है. उसकी सीधा लाभ भारत की नई पीढ़ी को, विश्व की आवश्यकता को ध्यान में रखते हुए जो टेक्नोलॉजी की नई दुनिया आ रही है, उसको भारत की नौजवानों में पूरी ताकत है. राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति क्रियान्वयन हो गया है. इनोवेशन एक जन आंदोलन की रूप ले रहा है और ये 1 लाख करोड़ रुपया की वित्तीय व्यवस्था एक बहुत बड़ी छलांग लगाने के लिए एक लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड बना दिया गया है. आने वाले दिनों में भारत एक जिम्मेवार देश के नाते विश्व समस्या की साथ साथ भारत की रोजगार सृजन, भारत की ईज ऑफ लिविंग, भारत में एक चरम सुखद स्थिति तक ले आने के लिए काम होगा.
आपके मंत्रालय से दो सवाल है संबंधित सर कि एक जो 1 करोड़ 40 लाख लोगों को, युवाओं को स्किल्ड किया गया है और दूसरी तरफ 390 यूनिवर्सिटी खोले गए हैं पिछले 10 साल में, इसके बारे में जानना.
देखिए, PM श्री के बारे में चर्चा हुई है, नए यूनिवर्सिटी के बारे में चर्चा हुई है, नए IIT, नए IIM, ये सारे जो उल्लेख किया गया है, ये सब उस दिशा में एक एक कदम है. स्किल इंडिया के तहत 1 करोड़ 40 लाख नई पीढ़ी की लोगों को स्किल, अपस्किल, रीस्किलिंग करने की बात कही गई है. ये आने वाले दिनों में और गति पकड़ेगी. इस बजट जिस प्रकार की कैपिटल स्पेंडिंग बढ़ी है इस बजट में, जिस प्रकार की देखिए 3 नया रेलवे कॉरिडोर की बात कही गई, इसकी सीधा अर्थ ज़्यादा लोगों के लिए रोजगार सृजन होगा, ज़्यादा स्किल मैन पावर लगेंगे, लोगों की जीवन मान में बढ़ोतरी होगा। ये सीधा सीधा कहता है। ये बजट मैं अगर एक लाइन पे उसको कहूँ, वेलफेयर और वेल्थ क्रिएशन दोनों की संतुलन की ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जादुई करिश्मा है।
Right. There'll be many more people who'll keep commenting. You're so close to elections, and obviously everyone wants to put the right spin, the right sort of narrative, and that's why the name of this program is The Narrative, because we want to decode these headlines for you. What does Dharmendra Pradhan really mean when he speaks about all these schemes, when he says that, you know, this is the kind of impact it has had on people's lives? Just look at this number, Amit. You know, and this is again coming from government only. On one hand, Nirmala Sitharaman says that she wants to bring out a white paper on how the economy was being mismanaged. We're looking at the kind of anti-corruption drive, contentious as it may be, given the fact that, well, opposition leaders are being targeted here. 1.86 crore fake farmers have been weeded out. 2.5 lakh fake companies have been weeded out. 4.2 crore fake ration cards have been weeded out. And all this has led to 2.73 lakh crores, which is being saved. Is the biggest point when you look at, when you look at the confidence which has been displayed by Nirmala Sitharaman today, is the biggest point just this, that even through this budget, Modi is telling the people of the country and in fact people across the world, continue to trust me because I trust you. Is that two-way communication between Modi and the people still continuing?
Well, I mean, it's a done deal that Modi's chemistry with the people is the highest and the deepest. It has never been seen. I think only Indira Gandhi and probably the Jawaharlal Nehru times it was seen. But Modi has surpassed everything. So that chemistry is very well known. Whatever Modi says and promises, people tend to believe it. Whether those promises are fulfilled or not fulfilled, we don't know. But Modi has that chemistry, Modi has that persuasion power, and Modi has, and people have confidence in Modi, and therefore Modi has come out with this my guarantee, this Modi guarantee. I am the head of the government, what I say I will deliver, and therefore he is making all these promises, which are big promises, which are promises which are, these are actions which are is required to be done. People need to get this direct benefit transfer because there were leakages. There's no, every government accepted that leakages, so that leakages has stopped. The saving does not mean that it is not.
Kiran Rijiju speaking a bit. We'll listen to him.
अभी का जो अंतरिम बजट है, लेकिन इतना बढ़िया बजट जो एक दिशा देता है, अगले बार जब रेगुलर बजट पेश करेंगे उस बीच का जो फासला है उसको पूरा करके साथ साथ पूरा 2047 तक विकसित भारत का नींव कैसे रखना है, इतना सुंदर से रखा। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला जी को और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को बधाई देता हूं। इतना शानदार अंतरिम बजट जो पेश किया है आज, और कोई सेक्टर छूटा नहीं है। आप देखेंगे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से लेकर के वेलफेयर, महिलाओं के लिए, युवाओं के लिए, खिलाड़ियों के लिए, साइंटिस्ट वैज्ञानिकों के लिए, बॉर्डर एरिया के लिए, और जो जीएसटी का कलेक्शन रिकॉर्ड पे रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन हो रहा है, इतना बढ़िया फाइनेंशियल स्थिति देश का आज मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पहुंचाया है कि हम दुनिया का सबसे कॉन्फिडेंट देश बन गए हैं आर्थिक व्यवस्था के मामले में भी।
This budget submitted by our Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji is a great project. It will make strengthen.
All right, Kiran Rijiju, I mean, there is, when you have such a, may I say, dry and cut and thrust budget which is being presented, which actually captures the story of the last 10 years, and the only big headline which you can try and capture is that how has the story changed? The confidence, Rajesh ji.
So Confidence is definitely there. As we were speaking of how India will grow, this Make in India and all, I can say by Skill India, we have skilled persons. By Digital India, we have reached everywhere. Now we are number one in smartphone data user. In vaccination, we are number one. In milk production, we are number one. In Fintech adoption, we are number one. In UPI, we are number one. We are the fastest growing world economy. So that is the way. In mobile manufacture, we are number two. In internet users, we are number two. And all the type of agriculture produce also, if you take vegetable, fruits, rice and dal, wheat, everything. So all these things, we are number two in the world. So if you take all these things, mobiles is increasing, civil aviation has doubled almost, I can say, the number of flyers, the number of airports from 74 to 148. So that is the way we are moving ahead in all the directions. Our infrastructure is moving. Infrastructure, we have again increased 11% this year too. So that will be a great, because 10 lakh crore, no one thought of it. If we take just 3 years back, it used to be 3 lakh crore. From 3 lakh crore to 11 lakh crore, then it is a great investment in infrastructure. It may be rail, may be port, may be metro, may be all other way. We are increasing the things. We are trying to develop, we are trying to improve, we are trying to grow. And ये एक विकसित भारत और विश्व गुरु की तरफ आगे बढ़ने का सही रास्ता है. And I can say that what is the plan, that till 2024 we have reached 4 trillion, we will reach in 27 till 5 trillion, and then it go ahead to 10 trillion to 2030 and 2047 as a Viksit Bharat.
Amit, okay, there's a press conference, I'm told, which is happening. We'll go live and listen to the press conference.
Scheme, insurance scheme, even farmers insurance and so on and so forth. So overall, a social security net is being built without being very conscious about it. And I'm delighted that that is the runway on which India will be able to grow over next 25, 30 years, because no country can become a developed country without the welfare of all its people and providing social security to them. And the growth momentum, that is being dependent on various factors, but India has been a center of services to the world. Slowly, due to PLI and other framework, we are becoming very good in high-tech manufacturing, from chips to iPhones to everything else. And that's where, that is basically for me the next growth area over next 10, 15, 20, 30 years. And they are focusing on that. They have been able to keep their fiscal deficit in control. They've announced that 23-24 will have 5.8%, and then next year 5.1%.
Okay, so the stock markets also, when sometimes business press looks at the success or failure of a budget through the performance of stock markets. So Amit, I wonder how I know you take interest in stock markets. If you're a stock market better, how would you be looking at this budget today?
Well, I mean, it's on track. I mean, there's no excitement there are no budget proposals as such. So there's no excitement, added excitement for the stock markets. But markets will be happy that it's on track. So there are no domestic compulsions in the market which should push up the index.
It's not as if some big subsidy,
nothing
some big SOP has been offered.
Accepting that, the growth rate is 7.1%. The fiscal deficit, 17 lakh crores. I was listening to Congress spokesperson who was very unhappy with that 17 lakh crores. But it is within the percentage limits which the government would want. And the next year's fiscal deficit is 5 points. So these are things the stock markets welcome. What stock markets would actually welcome is nothing to do so much with the budget. Well, more impacted by the external factors. There is a concern in stock market about the this outflow of foreign investments in the stock market. There's been in last 1 month it's gone, and the government has. This is the first time I've seen any government using stock market rise as something to publicize about. That our markets are the fastest growing markets in the world. That is what we have become. and our market capitalization
I mean,
is so much.
when you say, no, that's an important point you make. When you say that this is the first time you're seeing a political party or a government utilizing the markets for its own political benefit, wouldn't the UPA have done that as well? Or was the story of the stock markets and budget different?
Bhupin, in my experience of journalism, I have not seen any government talking about it. See, the markets are there. I can see the NSE straight away. If I am an investor in stock market, I don't have to wait for the government to tell me. But in their speeches, in their narratives, this is coming up. I am not criticizing the government for this, but these are the achievements which the Modi government wants to put forward.
Basically appropriate, Rajesh. I mean, that's the whole point. If the market is doing well, it's doing well because of steps which have been taken.
If I may just add, it gives a good feel-good factor for everybody. You know, like the property prices, when they go up, it's a feel-good factor. When the stock market goes up, it's a feel-good factor.
I mean, it's a simple point.
There is a particular reason. Let me add here. There is a particular reason. Previously, the Sensex used to be 25,000. Now it has crossed 71,000. So that is the growth, number one. Number two, why it is being propagated? At that time, the number of persons who had gone for Demat account were 2.5 crores. That is the probable investors in the whole country. Okay. Now it has increased 3 times or 4 times.
Can I just hold you? Jairam Ramesh is speaking. Let's listen to his analysis of the budget as well.
इन्होंने पूछताछ की पहले पिछले साल आपको याद होगा लालू जी के खिलाफ ईडी सीबीआई.
All right, Jairam Ramesh speaking about what's going on in Bihar and Jharkhand. Back to you, Rajesh ji.
Sir, basically I can say the number of persons
the number of Demat holders,
the Demat investors have increased. At the same time, now it is the FDI, if they take it, the money, Indian investors are investing too much in the stock market. They have faith in the government, they have faith in Indian system, they have faith in Indian industry, and they know that it is India's decade and India's
Again,
future.
Isn't that a very political point, Amit? That, you know, when I saw that when the Zomato IPO had come in, we saw that an overwhelming majority of people who were investing in the Zomato stock where there was no profitability around were young people in the age group of 22 to 30. Do all these things happen when you have an inherent implicit trust in the political administration that nothing can go wrong?
Oh, well, yes. I mean, the political stability is something the stock market always looks forward to. And if there is even a slightest of hint of political...
Sorry to hold you again. Priyanka Chaturvedi of the Shiv Sena is speaking. Let's listen to her. Okay, Meenakshi Lekhi, Union Minister speaking.
देखिए इंटरिम बजट है और निर्मला जी ने कह भी दिया कि फुल बजट हम अपना पेश करेंगे. तो अपना बजट जो है वो एक सीक्वेंस में चल रहा है और वो सीक्वेंस है कि पिछले 10 सालों में सीढ़ी दर सीढ़ी हम लोग ऊपर चढ़ रहे हैं. चाहे वो युवा हो, चाहे वल्नरेबल सेक्शंस हो समाज के, चाहे महिलाएं हो, चाहे किसान हो, हर एक के लिए हमने लगातार काम किया है और वो इस बजट में रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहा है. यूथ के एस्पिरेशंस को एड्रेस किया है, महिलाओं को अभी तक इतने लाभ मिले हैं और सबसे प्रसन्नता का विषय है कि 1 करोड़ लखपति दीदी तो ऑलरेडी आ चुकी है और अगला टारगेट 2 करोड़ ऐड करने का, यानी टोटल 3 करोड़ लखपति दीदी लाने का है. और युवा हो, इनोवेशन है, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, मुद्रा लोन, हर चीज के लिए जो है लाभ दिया गया है. और सबसे बड़ी बात, साइंस इनोवेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर बहुत फोकस है, एम्फेसिस है. और टैक्स स्लैब नहीं बढ़ी है, ये सबसे बड़ी बात है.
Meenakshi Lekhi says, well, tax slabs nahi badi hai, bahut achhi baat hai. Lakhpati Didi Amit. And that's again, everything comes down to trust that you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, see, one thing which I have noticed in this Modi government budgets compared to previous government budgets is that there is lot of focus on giving loans to young people, to to these vendors, to women. This was never so targeted in the previous budgets. I am not criticizing previous governments for not doing this, but this is something which Modi government has brought about, and this is brought. What is the result of this? This is the result of this is that more and more people feel connected with the government, for the economic reforms.
I think it's
for the economic activity.
Yeah,
and this is one of the economic connect.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Modi government's connect or the government's connect has always been very political, very, let's say, about Ram, about other things. This Modi government also connects with people economically.
Well, so, you know, I think the point that, and it must be made in this 10th year of Narendra Modi, is that I think in independent India, Prime Minister Modi is that one individual whose stature has gone way above his party and way above his government as well. Modi today is an entity and an institution in his own self, and all these factors which are being spoken about implicit trust. What do you trust in? You trust in something which is finite, which is clearly visible. Modi presents you with that finite proposition in which people are consistently, continuously willing to trust, and that's why you have all these scenarios. Rajesh ji, let me ask you to respond to this other critical question of our times, the Revdi culture.
Yeah.
Before elections, we saw the Prime Minister himself saying, beware of all these people who are distributing freebies. Okay, I'm told there's another statement which is being made, I think by Mr. Gadkari. Let's listen to him.
उसी के अनुसार वित्त मंत्री जी का ये बजट हिंदुस्तान की आर्थिक क्षेत्र को मजबूत करने वाला है, एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ाने वाला है, उद्योग व्यवसाय की तरक्की करने वाला है और रोजगार नए क्रिएट करने वाला है। मुझे विश्वास है कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को अब सबसे ज्यादा प्रायोरिटी मिली है। हमारा भी बजट काफी बड़ा है और निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में हमारे देश का रेलवे का, हवाई जहाज, एयरपोर्ट्स, रोड और पावर, ये जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के चारों क्षेत्र हैं, हम वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के बनेंगे, ऐसा मुझे विश्वास है। देश के विकास को गति देने वाला, रोजगार को बढ़ाने वाला और गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान के कल्याण की सोच रखने वाला ये बजट आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने दिया है। मैं दोनों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और शुभेच्छाएं देता हूं। नमस्कार।
Nitin Gadkari also, the Revdi culture bit. And I was asking you about the Revdi culture because it's been something which, which has consistently dominated public discourse. Now I'm seeing when it comes to free electricity, for instance, whether it was Punjab, whether it was Maharashtra, government now, the central government post Ayodhya, now asking people to put up solar plants. Are you seeing that through this budget is one of the signals also coming in that the desire to live off just freebies won't work if you want to hit Amrit Kal of India?
So freebies, we are totally against freebies, but for things of need, we are against free electricity. I can say very categorically. Here we are motivating persons that on your rooftop you will be having some problem. So put solar panels, and if you put solar panels, India need to come out of this fossil fuel problem, which is a long, prolonged problem. So here we say that we need to give health, we need to give education, we need to give food, we need to give basic amenities of house and everything, but not bus seva, not electricity, not water. Those should not be free. That is for clear. And here this is for specifically solar persons. That if you are putting solar, the panel
1 crore households, 1 crore households will be enabled to obtain up to 300 units free electricity per month through rooftop solarization. Right? Now this is 1 crore now, and I guess once in the month of July, or once the elections are over, or who knows? I mean, maybe this number could go up. Is the government really focused on promoting solar power, solar technology?
Sir, we have already focused. I can say that we are in renewable energy. We are now the leaders. If it is solar, if it is wind, if it is other type of renewable energy, we are the leaders today. And we have planned that in solar, we have created a team also in G20. You would have seen that meeting that several countries which are taking oath for developing the solar initiative, and we are leading that group. Here, one thing I will be adding about job. A job, now we are turning towards job creation. We are not job seeker. We are creating jobs. So that is the reason we went for Mudra loan. That is the reason we went for this Anusandhan part, where 1 lakh crore is now being given. So this is the way we want that person should be not a job seeker. He need to give job. And at the same time, women was important. All those things were like Ujjwala, Saubhagya, giving electricity, giving house. The target was 4 crore. Now 3 crores are made. Now we have increased the target for 1 more crore. So 5 crore houses will be given. So all these fronts, Yuva, Kisan, Garib and Mahila, those are at the forefront, and all the schemes which have
look at the political symbolism, Amit. There, when I've seen when Akhilesh Yadav the other day was distributing seats, the PDA formulation, the Pichra, Dalit and Agada Samaj, the opposition seems to be still working in a lexicon which appears to smack of very conventional understanding of politics. Whereas if you look at the kind of statements which are being made, aviation sector, 149 airports now rolled out, we're talking about, more and more Vande Bharat trains. We're talking about solar energy. We're talking about greater focus on innovation and a new age approach. Is a fundamental difference, Amit, between, say, the government of the day and the opposition is just this. Opposition is still stuck in conventional metrics, whereas the government of the day, Modi Sarkar, is talking a completely new political language?
Well, I mean, it is lack of chemistry between the previous prime ministers and the finance ministers with the people. See, you have to keep one thing in mind, Bhupendra. No Modi government budget has undone what the previous budgets had done. They've kind of grown over it, and probably they are more focused. One of the things which Modi government wants to boast about is that they complete their projects in time. The money is not filtered away. There is no corruption. These are the things with which Modi government has taken forward the economy from 2014 till now. And this is the difference which they want to bring about in public domain. That the previous finance ministers, like, what does Congress boast about? Congress boasts about the governance, and more so about the economic governance. And it has these, they boasted about Chidambaram, Manmohan Singh as finance minister in Narasimha Rao government was the best finance minister, they say. Then you have this Pranab Mukherjee. So Modi government was a new government in the sense that it had left all the old BJP guys behind, like Jaswant Singh and others, Yashwant Sinha, who were the finance ministers of BJP government. And they had to come up with a new finance minister. Arun Jaitley took the first position, right, the finance minister. So they had to establish that faith in people's eyes and people's establish the faith that we can also deliver economically.
I think that I think the fundamental point is, that the communication
has been very effective.
The communication has been very effective. The believability has been very effective. And the believability has been backed by some performance. Therefore, it's not as if you're only talking about building empty castles in air. You're talking about doing something which is actually happening on the ground. Another important person joining us right now, Sanjeeva Shivesh, well-known angel investor from Think Startup Live with us. Hi, good afternoon, Sanjeev. Good to have you.
Hi, Bhupen.
Good to have you here on India Ahead Hindi and Times of India online together. Let me ask you, Sanjeeva, first. On the railway front, there's been so much of talk on railway front and the infrastructure front. How do you look, Sanjeeva, at the announcements which have been made, on 3 major economic railway corridor programs which are now going to be implemented as per the finance minister's speech?
Bhupen, I think one of the best things which has happened in the last 5 years has been this massive push on railways, right? So last 20 years was massive push on highways, but in the last 5 years, railway has come into the paradigm of everyone. It's come into the consciousness of everyone, and that is the most common means of transport for large number of people. And if you really look at the economic corridors, and if you look at where Indian economy is flourishing, so Delhi-Bombay corridor, or Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore corridor, or let's say this whole Howrah to Chennai corridor. These are the corridors where there's a lot of action, there's a lot of economic growth. And I think what government has done right is to say that the future of development lies along these corridors. So you have to create an infrastructure that facilitates transportation of goods and people along these corridors. And it shouldn't be the old form of slow transportation. For example, the average speed of goods train in India is only about 24 kilometers per hour, right? Now, 24 kilometers per hour, does it really look like an economy which is going to move, or which is aspiring to be a new India, or aspiring to be India which is developed? It doesn't make sense. So we really have to think that goods trains should move at 100 kilometers per hour, and passenger trains should be moving at 200 kilometers per hour, right? And if we really bring that thinking in the national consciousness, and then look at development, only then you have an economy which is moving at a supersonic pace, right?
Okay. Yeah, if that's the case, one of the points that we were looking at, and comparisons are being drawn by China, Sanjeeva, that Chinese actually got stuck with this, that they built so many airports and railway stations, and the government got caught in a trap of debt of sorts. Now, here in India, we're looking at how in Surat, for instance, Surat airport has become an international airport. The tendency to make more and more airports international airports. You think that with inflation, with concerns in some quarters being expressed on whether people's real disposable income is growing, inequality seems to be growing. Do you think our strategy is right as we move up, deeper into Amrit Kal on this perceived trajectory of being a developed nation by 2047?
So, Bhutan, you are asking a very tricky question.
Okay, just hold on. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Union Minister, is speaking. Let's listen to him.
Economy, that was a situation in 2014. We are today the top 5 economies of the world. We are the fastest growing economy in the fastest growing major economy in the world. And it is clear today that India is on a launch pad to become a developed nation in our lifetime. So this has been an excellent summary, the interim budget, of what the qualitative and quantitative transformation of the Indian economy has gone through in the last 10 years.
But the opposition criticized this particular budget.
No, the opposition will obviously criticize it. What else can they do? They certainly can't admire our performance. The opposition's job is to criticize, and they'll continue to criticize even when they lose the next election.
Sir, do you think that this budget is touch every common person?
Look, the last 10 years, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's policies, his governance, his corruption-free governance, his use of technology in governance has ensured that every person, every Indian has been touched by the government and governance through various schemes and through the determination to make sure nobody is left behind. So Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas has played out not just as a slogan, as a real governance ideology and a governance theme.
When are you expecting the white paper?
বাংলায়
জগন্নাথ আজকের বাজেটকে নিয়ে কি বলবেন আপনার কি ফার্স্ট রিঅ্যাকশন
Sanjeeva, back to you, Sanjeeva. We were talking about railway space, and I was wondering whether with the kind of impetus which is being shown on both railway and in the civil aviation space, whether it could end up becoming a challenge as well.
So I think there are lessons from China, and I think what has happened in China, if you really dissect where the problem arose in China, it was not that they developed high-speed railway network of 30,000 kilometers much ahead of time, or they developed 200 airports much ahead of time. I think where China went wrong was this whole thing called building modern cities through public exchequer, which required a lot of public borrowing, and where this Chinese bubble has come through. I think we are far away from that problem. What India really needs, there has been massive infrastructure deficit, and that infrastructure deficit, unless you create that infrastructure, your economy can actually move at any pace, right? So we have a choice to make whether we want to grow at 3% or 7%, or we really want to grow at 10%. 7% is not great, right? So China did 10% for 20 years. And I just heard Rajiv Chandrasekhar speaking that 7% is great. I don't think that's great. We really need to be unblocking all the things which stop growth. Now, the real challenge, and you rightly mentioned that India has, and what we spoke even earlier, is this whole thing called a K-shaped growth, right? And when I say K-shaped growth,
okay, can I just sorry to interrupt you again, but one of the things that you want to do is you want to play statements which are coming from important stakeholders. Ramdas Athavale, another important union minister, who's spoken to India in Hindi as well, speaking.
और आगे भी हमारी सरकार आएगी तो हम देश को विकास की दिशा में आगे बढ़ाएगी। G20 का देश हमको मिली थी, इसका भी पूरी दुनिया भर में चर्चा हुई थी, और इसीलिए देश का नाम पूरी दुनिया की लिस्ट में है। इसीलिए अगले 5 साल में हमको मौका मिलेगा और विकास की गाड़ी हमारी बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ेगी।
See, first of all, you must remember this is an interim budget, so you can't expect too much, right? This is government now, it's at the end of its tenure, but it's a statement of this government when it comes into power, as we all expect it to in the next election. And the statement of intent shows that by and large they are going to increase all the efforts they have already made successfully as far as the economy is concerned, as far as welfare schemes are concerned, as far as growth is concerned, and as far as fiscal prudence is concerned. So by and large, it covers, there is something in this budget for everything, and it takes care of all the parameters that are necessary for a healthy economy.
As opposition, including Congress, is unhappy about this budget?
When was the last time you saw the opposition happy?
All right, I think the Mayor Jethmalani simply capturing what we've been speaking about. That this is nothing else but not a process. It's a work in progress, and it's an interim budget. Everybody expects Narendra Modi to come back to power with a big margin. Sanjeeva, sorry to have interrupted you there, but do complete your point.
Yeah, so the real challenge, what you mentioned, and I think the budget also captures some of this, but one point where they're missing, I really wanted to capture, to speak about. Now, if you really look at how in the last 10 years, which sections of society has grown and at what pace, I think that is very important, and maybe not in the interim budget, but for the future budget, I think that's an important point to really know. Now, the top 10% of India has grown at about 13%, right, in real terms. The bottom 10% of India has grown at about 5%, but the middle class, what we say, middle 40% has grown at 4%. And I think that's where the problem is, and that problem is also reflecting on the GDP figures. And if you really look at what is the latest GDP figures show, the consumption has gone down, right? In the economic mix, the private consumption has gone down, which means that disposable incomes have the ratio of disposable income in the economy has gone down. And I think
but how? But I don't get this. That's a point. That's a point which I've been trying to make sense of. The union minister makes it very clear, Sanjeeva, finance minister. She's put it today very clearly that, in her opinion, the prices of most goods has come down, and therefore the quality of life has gone up. Now, if you're saying that disposable income has gone down, so disposable income coming down, inflation going up,
has gone down.
You know,
the middle class has gone down.
Then isn't there a contradiction between the two?
Which has really increased. It has increased at much faster pace. Nothing has gone down. Everything has increased, but the rates of increase are different for different segments of society. So let's say there are three important classes, right? So to simplify things, the rich have grown at 13%, economy has grown at 7%, middle class has grown at 4%, and poor have grown at 5%.
Right.
Now, if you really look at these numbers, I think there is a message in these numbers where to focus. For the last 10 years, government really did fine well in terms of focusing at poor, which grew at about 5%, right? They were only doing that much slower pace. Middle class, for all the reasons of inflation and the challenges that they face and the impact of COVID and everything, it has, and because there was nothing for them in any of the packages, it really grew at only about 4%. And I think that's where the problem is, which is slowing down the consumption. And if you don't if you really don't tackle that, in the long run, it's going to be a economic
you want to
problem
respond to
for
that?
society.
Basically, I can say that, as rightly he's saying, but at the same time, a great contradiction can be seen. The GST has increased. If GST is directly involved with consumption, if your consumption increases, then GST increases, because this is totally consumption-based GST.
That's not the problem. I think the point is GST will still increase because if rich are spending more, they are paying GST. So the rich class is contributing to GST increase much more as compared to the middle class, and that's the problem.
Okay.
So that you can say, but I can say in one front, the focus of government is totally on infrastructure.
No, I get that. That's there. That's there.
That had been there. May it be digital, may it be internet, may it be IITs, may it be road, may it be, he told about railway and all. I can say about road. In whole of 60, 70 years, 90,000 kilometers of NH were prepared. Now in this government, 55,000 kilometers of NH
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I agree that there has been a lot of work on infrastructure, but at the same time, this contradiction which keeps coming up, inflation versus disposable income. If inflation is going up, then there is greater expenditure which has to be there in the market. Are we then saying that people are spending more from their savings and not maybe from their earnings is an important question. Let's bring in another old friend of ours, Sanjay Jha, political analyst now, but used to be with the Congress party and comes up with his own takes on everything that's happening around the polity and economy. Joining us. So good afternoon, Sanjay. Good to have you. Your opening thoughts, Sanjay, on what is being described as basically just a work in progress. Given the fact that it's clear that Narendra Modi will be back in power in 2024, this was just a stopgap exercise to tell the people of the country how great work has been done over the last 10 years. Your thoughts on that?
Bhupendra, let me be very honest. I hope Mr. Modi does not come back in 2024. You know my political stance on the current government, and I'm secretly hoping, I know the odds are heavily stacked against the opposition, but I hope Mr. Modi does not come back in 2024. Okay. Now, but anyway, today let's discuss the economics, not the politics of it. What is the growth rate of this government over the last 10 years? You know, there's a lot of hype about the fact that there's been infrastructure and they have spent on XYZ. Well, it should all come in on GDP growth, right? Well, look at the average over the last 10 years. If I include the estimates for this fiscal, 7.3%, the average GDP growth rate is just going to be 5.9% over 10 years. Just 5.9%. Now, they will give you an argument that we had the pandemic. Well, even the UPA had the Great Recession. But the UPA, a coalition government, between 2004 and 14 gave you a growth rate of 7.8%. The difference between the UPA and the NDA is as clear as daylight. Number two, you know, you were discussing right now about infrastructure. Well, infrastructure needs funds. And a country cannot grow on just government expenditure. I'm saying government expenditure is good. I'm glad they're creating infrastructure. Where is the private investment? Look at the fact that this investment in infrastructure, Bhupendra, has created a public debt of around 81 or 83% of the GDP. I mean, these are going to be serviced through high cost interest.
But how will you get? But tell me, if you want more metros, you want expressways, you want country's biggest state like UP to be known as an expressway Pradesh, someone's got to pay for that. Who will pay for that? Obviously, the taxpayer only will pay for that. Though, if our country's economy, Sanjay, has to grow, a straightforward business logic would be that you would end up spending far more, maybe on borrowed terms, and maybe that's what's happening. But what is wrong with that? Because then how will you become a developed nation by 2047 as the Prime Minister wants?
Well, let me tell you, Bhupendra, it's not what Modi wants. There is a logic of economics that runs across. It is bipartisan and agnostic to politicians. You need private sector growth to grow an economy. Jobs really come from the private sector. Look at the panic across India, agitations for government jobs. It tells you of the desperation going on there. Let me tell you 2 points where I think this government has been a complete and unmitigated disaster. Number one is in terms of jobs. It is so bad today that the report in today's Times of India tells you that IT hiring is going to be the lowest in 2 decades. You're having graduates below the age of 25, 42% without jobs. I mean, if really the economy was booming, you would have jobs. So clearly it's not happening. The second point, please do not ignore, is inequality. When you have an unequal society, you're going to have a situation where there will be no rural demand. MSME sector is 51% in the rural areas. The small MSMEs, look at their state today. You had farmers protesting for 1 year. Look at their state today.
No, but can I just throw one number at you? Sanjay, just one number. Sanjay, just one number at you. The finance minister has told the parliament today that the FDI inflow during these 10 years, 2014 to 2023, is at $596 billion, which is twice the inflow during 2005 to 2014. Now, if the FDI inflow is twice in these last 10 years, then don't you think that the basis of the argument which you're making may actually fall flat on its face?
Not really, because in absolute terms, Bhupendra, any economy that grows should be able to attract higher FDI. You never look at these in absolute terms. Look at it as a percentage of GDP and you'll get the real true picture. The second point is equally critical, that you had Nirmala Sitharaman, who in 2019 gave a tax break to the corporate sector of 1,45,000 crores. I have no problem with that. You need a booming private sector. But here is the trick. That end of day, you were told that this will create investment and jobs. There has been very low private investment. There is a lot of excess manufacturing capacity and the jobs haven't happened. And you can then say there is AI, there is technology, but end of day, this government actually gave away earnings over the last 5 years of 7,50,000 crores, which could have been spent on actually pushing rural demand, which should have been spent on putting money in people's hands during the pandemic and thereafter. You are having a situation in India today where there is a great deal of income polarization, not just social polarization. You are having income polarization in India. And you cannot sustain an economy which is growing at such a low rate of 5.9%.
But this income polarization, this point of income polarization, it's not a new phenomenon. Across the world, the greatest concentration of wealth has always been with the lowest few. When it comes to developed world or the developing economy, is there something very specific that has changed in the last 10 years for you, Amit?
Well, nothing. It has always been the case. I think since independence, it has been the case. There's a population which is keep adding every year without jobs, without food, without shelter, and this is what India, the entire challenge is, and this is what every government wants to deal with, and it tries to create an ecosystem and environment where it can create more jobs and bring down the poverty. See, the moot point is, it's a case of half glass full. There is nothing, if you say that the glass is half full, there is nothing which the Modi government has, there's anything in the economy for Modi government to say that they have done very well. Because what is the growth rate? As Sanjay Jha just rightly pointed out, it's about 5% on an average. It is 7% probably in the next year. It's a half glass empty. Is it really bad? No, it's not bad. It's just average. I mean, this is what each government has been delivering since 1990.
I think the point.
So there are jobs which will be added when you're growing at 5%. There will be more jobs added when you're growing at 10%.
Nikhil, I think the point is that what has happened in these last 10 years is that the visible signs of development, perhaps a number of those visible signs has increased. Vande Bharat trains, number of trains. Now you look at, more coaches to be added to the Vande Bharat League, more metros, more expressways. So therefore, if job is a problem, your growth rate may have been the same, but the visible signs of progress and development perhaps are far more, and that's where, to Sanjay Jha's point, that you're spending far more and because you're borrowing far more. Maybe it's like, you make a business plan. Narendra Modi is working on a business plan. Is the Indian story moving completely on that business plan that Narendra Modi has made?
Bhupendra, I completely agree that the Indian growth story is completely moving on the business plan that Narendra Modi has made. The problem is that 30 to 40% of the allocation there is towards the marketing budget of it. You mentioned about Vande Bharat trains. The Vande Bharat trains on an average run faster about only 5 kilometers per hour, or about 4 or 5% faster than Rajdhani trains, which we've had for decades. We were talking about the Namo train. First of all, I cannot understand how could we naming Indian railway trains after a living, sitting Prime Minister. Then there's also the problem of the misleading facts. Earlier in the debate, I had pointed out a misleading fact that the Finance Minister had mentioned with regards to the loan waivers.
10,000, 25,000.
10,000, 25,000 the tax demand waivers. Before that, inflation numbers were challenged by Dipanshu. Now, I have another stat to bring to the note of your audience. The Finance Minister says that we have given 30 crore mudra loans to women. Now, the government's own statistics.
I think Prime Minister Modi is speaking. Let's listen.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज का ये बजट इंटरिम बजट तो है ही, लेकिन ये बजट इंक्लूसिव और इनोवेटिव बजट है। इस बजट में कंटिन्यूटी का कॉन्फिडेंस है। ये बजट विकसित भारत के 4 स्तंभ युवा, गरीब, महिला और किसान सभी को एम्पावर करेगा। निर्मला जी का ये बजट देश के भविष्य के निर्माण का बजट है। इस बजट में 2047 के विकसित भारत की नींव को मजबूत करने की गारंटी है। मैं निर्मला जी और उनकी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, इस बजट में युवा भारत की युवा आकांक्षाओं का, भारत की यंग एस्पिरेशंस का प्रतिबिंब है। बजट में 2 महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिए गए हैं। रिसर्च और इनोवेशन पर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का फंड बनाने की घोषणा की गई है। बजट में स्टार्टअप्स को मिलने वाली टैक्स छूट के विस्तार का भी ऐलान किया गया है। साथियों, इस बजट में फिस्कल डेफिसिट को नियंत्रण में रखते हुए कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर को 11,11,111 करोड़ रुपए की ऐतिहासिक ऊंचाई दी गई है। अर्थशास्त्रियों की भाषा में कहें तो एक प्रकार से स्वीट स्पॉट है। इससे भारत में 21वीं सदी के आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण के साथ ही युवाओं के लिए अनगिनत रोजगार के नए अवसर तैयार होंगे। बजट में वंदे भारत स्टैंडर्ड की 40,000 आधुनिक बोगियां बनाकर उन्हें सामान्य यात्री ट्रेनों में लगाने का ऐलान किया गया है। इससे देश के अलग अलग रेल रूट पर करोड़ों यात्रियों में आरामदायक यात्रा का अनुभव बढ़ेगा। साथियों, हम एक बड़ा लक्ष्य तय करते हैं, उसे प्राप्त करते हैं और फिर उससे भी बड़ा लक्ष्य अपने लिए तय करते हैं। गरीबों के लिए हमने गांवों और शहरों में 4 करोड़ से अधिक घर बनाए। अब हमने 2 करोड़ और नए घर बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा है। हमने 2 करोड़ महिलाओं को लखपति दीदी बनाने का लक्ष्य रखा था। अब इस लक्ष्य को बढ़ाकर 3 करोड़ लखपति दीदी बनाने का कर दिया गया है। आयुष्मान भारत योजना ने गरीबों की बहुत मदद की है। अब आंगनवाड़ी और आशा वर्कर, उन सबको इस योजना का लाभ मिलेगा। साथियों, इस बजट में गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को एम्पावर करने, उनके लिए आय के नए अवसर बनाने पर भी बहुत जोर दिया गया है। रूफटॉप सोलर अभियान में 1 करोड़ परिवारों को सोलर रूफटॉप के माध्यम से मुफ्त बिजली प्राप्त होगी। इतना ही नहीं, सरकार को अतिरिक्त बिजली बेचकर लोगों को 15 से 20 हजार प्रति वर्ष की आय भी होगी और ये हर परिवार को होगी। साथियों, आज जिस इनकम टैक्स रेमिशन स्कीम की घोषणा की गई है, उससे मध्यम वर्ग के करीब 1 करोड़ लोगों को बड़ी राहत मिलेगी। पिछली सरकारों ने सामान्य मानवी के सिर पर दशकों से ये बहुत बड़ी तलवार लटका कर रखी थी। आज इस बजट में किसानों के लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण और बड़े निर्णय लिए गए हैं। नैनो डीएपी का उपयोग हो, पशुओं के लिए नई योजना हो, पीएम मत्स्य संपदा योजना का विस्तार हो और आत्मनिर्भर ऑयल सीड अभियान हो। इससे किसानों की आय बढ़ेगी और खर्च कम होगा। मैं एक बार फिर सभी देशवासियों को इस ऐतिहासिक बजट के लिए शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister there, I think if anyone was looking for what will be the political spin, the Prime Minister has given an absolutely top-class 2-minute bullet point-oriented narrative of what he believes should be the way to look at the budget. I think Sanjay Jha is still there with us, and Sanjay, if you can, okay, let me bring Harish in then. Nikhil, let's. While we're waiting for our next guest to join in, Nikhil, a quick word from you on what the Prime Minister is saying. Look, he's always said that I have only 4 castes. Garib, 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 right? And once again, he's now basically saying that I believe that this budget is meant for the betterment of the poor, of the women, the Lakhpati Didis. This Lakhpati Didi, which we're hearing now through this budget, is this now going to be potentially the next big talking point which blends into Modi's guarantees?
Perhaps, yes. So even though there's no big announcement for women per se in the budget, but the BJP, as I was saying, that they are going to try target the women voters with an announcement that they made in the budget. I'm not sure if there's a tangible announcement in that or not. Earlier I was making the point about the Finance Minister saying that we have given 30 crore mudra loans to women. Now, according to own Government of India stats, only 19.7% of the women over the age of 15 years are self-employed. That totals to about 9.93 crore women in the country. I'm not quite sure how the Finance Minister has given 30 crore loans to 10 crore women.
Okay.
Again, this is the problem. The Prime Minister is again coming and saying that we have given that tax demand waiver is going to give relief to 1 crore people when there are only 6 lakh tax disputes, income tax disputes in the country. These are all the problems that I've been, talking about. So far as helping the poor is concerned, Dipenshu is a much more qualified person than I am to talk about this. And we all know that inflation has been rising. GST has been a problem.
Can I just hold you? Ravi Shankar Prasad, former Union Minister, is speaking. Let's just listen to him.
सोशल जस्टिस का अंग है। तो गरीबों को जो राहत दी गई है, उनको सब आवास हो या गैस हो व्यवस्था की गई है, और कितनी बड़ी संख्या में टैक्स पेयर्स की संख्या बढ़ी है। उनको विश्वास है कि नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार ईमानदारी से हमारे पैसे का उपयोग करेगी। तो अगर नेता सही हो, नीयत सही हो, ईमानदारी हो और भविष्य के प्रति समर्पण हो, तो ये बजट उसका एक प्रकार से संकेत देता है। अभिनंदन हमारे प्रधानमंत्री का और वित्त मंत्री जी का, और देश में एक बहुत ही इससे मजबूती आएगी। एक बात मैं अवश्य कहूँगा, जो 14 से पहले की इकोनॉमी और आज की इकोनॉमी को जो व्हाइट पेपर देने की बात की, वो देश को बहुत बताना जरूरी है कि आज फ्रेजाइल 5 से भारत दुनिया की 5 टॉप इकोनॉमी कैसे बनी और तीसरे पर जाएगी। बड़ी बात है।
सर, ये जो बजट है, ये दिन बहुत खास होता है हिंदुस्तान के लिए और आपके लिए व्यक्तिगत तौर पे इसलिए भी खास होता है क्योंकि इसी दिन आपका जन्मदिन भी होता है। तो किस तरह से देखते हैं इस बजट को?
एक तो ये 2024 के अंतरिम बजट की मैं सबको राम राम बोलना चाहता हूँ। इस बजट की सबको राम राम, और जो एक और भी बृहत राम, महान राम, उस बजट की तैयारी जो जुलाई में होगी, वहाँ तक आज जो खुशियाँ हैं, देखिए अभी तो हम इसका स्टडी करेंगे, लेकिन 3-4 चीज़ें मैं जरूर प्रस्तुत करना चाहता हूँ जो आज के बजट में बड़ी खास है। पहला तो कि 10 वर्ष में जो 4 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोगों को अपना छत मिला, अब हम अगले 5 साल में 2 करोड़ और बेघर को घर दिया जाएगा। इसको मैं बहुत बड़ा मानता हूँ। किसानों के लिए लगभग 11 लाख करोड़ का 11 करोड़ किसानों को जिस प्रकार की आज के बजट में खुशी दी गई है वो भी एक बहुत समीक्षा योग्य है और नए IIM, नए यूनिवर्सिटीज़, इसका जो आज रूप स्वरूप दिखाया है निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने, इसमें ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है और महिलाओं के लिए, गरीबों के लिए जो लक्ष्य दिया गया है और उस लक्ष्य का आधार जो है कि अब देश में देश के लोगों को अगर जाति समझनी है तो 4 जाति में देखें, गरीब, महिला, किसान और युवा, उनके लिए ये बजट बहुत ही आशाओं से भरा हुआ है और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि 2024 के जुलाई में जो पूर्ण बजट आए.
Right, let's go to Adil Shetty, CEO Bank Bazaar, who's joining us live. Hi, good afternoon, Adil. Welcome on the broadcast. Your take, Adil. We've heard the Prime Minister, we heard the Finance Minister. It's almost like work in progress. Everything is done and dusted. What is it that stands out for you in this budget?
Let me focus on what they spoke about in the budget on the digital economy, because that's really interesting for Startup India and all the entrepreneurs here. So the Finance Minister said that digital public infrastructure, which is Aadhaar, UPI, video KYC, that is the new factor of production. This is a big statement, right? When we think of factors of production, we think of capital, we think of labor, but right now, right, we're thinking of digital infra and giving it that status. I was very excited to hear about 50-year zero interest to low interest corpus of 1 lakh crore for innovation and sunrise. So how will this scheme work, right? Because 1 lakh crore for Indian startups is a big allocation, and a lot of entrepreneurs would rather take a 50-year interest-free loan than even take equity from private equity investors. So how will this scheme help drive more entrepreneurship in India? And lastly, right, we today have the opportunity to take leadership in sectors like artificial intelligence. The world is starting to, and the economy is starting to change. If we can really invest and build and keep our lead in digital public infra, I think the digital economy could take India places over the next 10 to 20 years.
Okay. The Prime Minister, was speaking about how there is also a separate corpus now which has been kept aside for interest-free loans going up to 50 years. Are you seeing, if I couple that statement of the Prime Minister with what the Finance Minister had said in her budget speech, where she said that we'll put out a proper blueprint when we come back to power in July till 2047, are you seeing the beginning of something new here, where what was missing in an Indian ecosystem, focus on R&D, focus on deep tech innovation, are you seeing the building blocks of that happening now in front of us?
I definitely see that, right? Because today we're a country wherein we're leading the world in building some of this public infra. Now, Aadhaar is now very stable. We have account aggregator, DigiLocker. DigiLocker, in fact, has 180 million Indian citizens who are accessing their driver's license, their PAN card, and very soon they'll be accessing income tax documents via DigiLocker too. 200 million Indians, by the way, which is a large amount. So now, right, now that the building blocks are there, can this help us build leadership in artificial intelligence? I think the thought process has started, saying that clearly the engineering talent, the entrepreneurship is there. Can we create our own capital corpus? Without having to depend on other people or other countries? Can we take all the data that's being generated securely anonymized and create a public infra for artificial intelligence, right? It's really exciting that all of this is being covered in such a short interim budget speech, right? That digital economy, digital infrastructure is mentioned so many times is very heartening for this sector.
Okay, going forward, if I was to ask you to maybe tell our viewers about two specific things, because how very, in an ironical twist, a cruel twist, I would say, that just last night we saw what happened to Paytm. In the morning, literally on the eve of, the budget, the RBI came up with its own circular against Paytm. Today it has hit, the lowest circuit, 20% stock is down. In that sense, with the kind of concerns which are consistently being raised by those in the fintech spaces, would there be two specific suggestions, recommendations that you may still like to make, maybe for that July budget that Nirmala Sitharaman was speaking about?
Sure, sure. See, from the startup sector, right, I think everyone realizes that we have to build for the long term. I think what the Reserve Bank of India is saying is that everything we do, we need to take the long view. So it's not enough if a particular sector, right, like unsecured lending grows very, very fast in the short term, but is not sustainable over the long term. I think all of us need to take a view saying not what is best today, but are we putting in place the right infrastructure, the right governance, the right compliance for the next 10 to 20 years, because that's best for the Indian economy. I think from the startup industry, there are a couple of things we're hoping for in the July budget. So one is on the sale of ESOPs in private companies. I think we're asking for parity in long-term capital gains. So currently, long-term capital gains for private and public shares are treated differently. So given that a lot of ESOP holders are young, are building wealth through that model, can we give them parity in terms of long-term capital gains? The second right is a double down in digital public infra. Now we are spending 11.1 crores in building infrastructure capex, right? Can we make sure that there is enough within this pool being allocated to digital infra? You know, how do we create and make use of the immense skill set, the immense talent to become a world leader in cutting edge technologies in fintech and artificial intelligence, and how policies like digital privacy, Digital India Act, self-regulatory organizations for fintech, how can policies, right, enable both growth while protecting consumer interest?
Okay. All right. Thanks very much, Adil, for your thoughts. Let me bring in our next guest as well, Rahul Sharma from APCO, joining us live. Another ace who's been making sense of all political and business developments over a period of time. Rahul, welcome to this broadcast, this special integrated broadcast on timesofindiaonline.com, which, by the way, is also going live on India in Hindi. Just to make sense, Rahul, of what is the basic message which is coming from the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. The Prime Minister gave a bullet point summation of Nirmala Sitharaman's speech, and to my mind, it appeared to be the real political spin. How will this budget be spun into a political narrative has come from the Prime Minister. Would that be the right way to look at it? That basically the Prime Minister is saying, look, I'm coming back, I'm thanking you for your support, continue to support me. Is that the simple message? Rahul? Just unmute yourself. I think Rahul, yeah, I can hear you now. You'd muted yourself. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I said there is obviously a degree of confidence in continuity that the government will be back. And therefore, what you're seeing is the statements that the Finance Minister as well as the Prime Minister have made it. That when we come back, there's going to be a certain direction that we're going to move, and that the direction has been kind of laid down, where things have been identified on which the government is likely to focus on, and the 4 parts that they're talking about: youth, women. So I think, among others, so those will be the core crux issues as we go into the elections. And once we come out of that, the confidence that the government is going to return is what I think is shaping up well. So I mean, there's a large degree of confidence that in July the budget, the full budget, will be presented by the Finance Minister of the BJP.
Where do you stand on this debate, Rahul, that the amount of money which is being spent to build infrastructure, the borrowing which is being done, many have been drawing comparisons with what had happened in China, that you borrowed so much that it led to a challenge, a financial challenge. You know, the Finance Minister tells us there are 149 airports, the Prime Minister is telling us 40,000 new bogies to be upgraded to Vande Bharat, there are, metros, there are expressways. If all this is happening, Rahul, is there still some challenge that we need to be mindful of, that we need to be wary of?
I think if you look at where the government is going, it's a longer strategic play. When the government when the government said that they want, it wants India to be a fully developed economy by 2047. So there are a lot of bricks and mortar pieces that are being put together. In that journey. It's a long journey, and obviously we don't know what's going to happen during the course of that journey. But I think one of the things that the Finance Minister also very critically focused on was geopolitics and how it is affecting just about everything that's happening in the world. So I think from the point of view of both business as well as the government, which is looking at a longer strategic play, it becomes very important to put those pieces together and continue going in the direction that you want to. Despite the fact that you might face hurdles, you got to be prepared for that. One of the things that the business never likes is uncertainty. And that's one thing that's coming out very clearly in what what the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister are saying, that when we come back, there's going to be continuity, and that continuity is going to have the kind of cascading effect that one is expecting in the course of the effort that the country is trying to make to become, a much larger economy than where it is.
Sanjay,
as far as the debt is concerned, I mean,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Rahul. Complete your point.
I think there are different ways of looking at things. I think what happened in China, there are lessons. So I think everybody needs to be smart about that, and we can learn how best to deal with the situation as we go forward. But the reality is that we are not China. But if we want to be a big economy, then there's definitely what we can learn from what China did badly.
Okay, let me bring in Sanjay Jha as well. Sanjay, look at the entire commentary, which is all based on trust, which is all based on delivery. Tell me, in an environment like this, where the opposition, and I'm asking you a straight political question, an opposition which is full of so many inner political contradictions, Sanjay Jha, how do you deal with this kind of a scenario? Such massive amount of confidence being displayed by the government and such massive amount of distrust, which continues to be displayed by an opposition combination which remains a ragtag coalition.
Bhupendra, I will try and answer that question, but I want to link it to the economic state of the country principally. Okay. I agree with you that the opposition is battling its own inherent challenges. Having said that, I do believe that this government has actually lost an opportunity. The last 10 years would be called as a lost decade. Look at one data point is very fascinating. When the Modi government came to power in 2014, they said we have inherited a very troubled economy. But the truth is they inherited an economy at 6.4% of the GDP from the UPA. That showed you that the green shoots were already there. And at the end of 10 years, Mr. Modi's government's average GDP is 5.9%, which is actually lower than what they inherited from the UPA. It clearly tells you that behind all the razzle-dazzle and the rhetoric, this government has principally failed to deliver. Look at two very critical data points again. You have 57% of India's population being given free food grains for 5 years. Clearly, the numbers on poverty or just above the poverty line aren't doing good. The UNDP tells you that roughly 230 million people in India are living in extreme poverty. So Mr. Modi can talk about a highway or XYZ, but who are the consumers of these highways, right? People who drive SUVs, people who are driving in super fast cars. End of day, take an example of anybody who can pay a huge toll number. There are always going to be people who can afford it, who are driving their own private vehicles. And you look at the number of people who own private vehicles in this country. The second point, inequality. We never discussed this item at all. I'm assuming everybody on this show right now is a very privileged corporate elite. Definitely in the top 1% of India's income. A job of a government is not to make a business plan for the upper echelons of your funders, right? Your job is to really take care of the middle class, the unemployed youth, the farmers, the poor.
But can I tell you? But Sanjay, my point is,
in the rural areas
all the sort of the commentary based on facts and data which you're giving, and Amit Goel here in our studios was pointing out that can be a case of half full or half empty. See, look at the spin now. The posts which are coming in, the messaging and the communication which is coming in, 10 years of Sonia Gandhi-led UPA government versus 10 years of Narendra Modi-led NDA government, 10 years of UPA reducing it to dishonesty and resorting to fraudulent means to save face, 10 years of NDA putting India on the path to best managed large economy in the world, dishonesty pushing 2013-14 payments of subsidies on oil and fertilizers as a reference, to the oil for food scam, to next year to artificially reducing the deficit, reduce planned expenditure by 80,000 crores again to manage deficit. I'm saying somewhere it seems that what happened between 2004 and 2014, A, because of the trust that people seem to have inherently in Modi, and B, because the opposition has not managed to get its act together, to put together somewhere all the blame for whatever has gone wrong, not over the last decade, but actually last 20 years, appears to be now getting stuck completely in the opposition. How are you going to deal with that scenario so close to elections?
Bhupendra, before I leave, I think that's a very fundamental question you have asked. I have no problem in saying publicly, and I've said so not once but several times over, the UPA and the Congress were never good at their political messaging. If you look back at structural reforms, the reforms that were brought in between 2004 and 14 have actually created the India which Modi is leveraging. People talk of direct benefits transfer, the Trinity Jam. That's a UPA creation. But, at end of day, even a Manrega that has sustained this government in the rural areas is a UPA creation.
And yet the UPA is responsible for everything which has gone wrong. And yet the UPA is responsible for everything which has gone wrong according to the government. And that's where I think the trust versus distrust question comes into play. You're not managing to deal with this distrust problem that the opposition clearly has on its plate, Sanjay.
Yeah, Bhupendra, I will agree with you. And I think that is really the big challenge that the opposition needs to handle. If I look at the fundamentals of India's economy, the inequality, the number of people in poverty, record unemployment, I think the dreams of the young are dying. The farmers are in distress. Some people in India are very happy. I'm not going to deny that. Probably those who drive SUVs, order avocado on toast, fly abroad for foreign holidays every year once or twice. I think they are extremely satisfied. You look at the consumer spending, the high-end luxury people are really spending money. I mean, you have people here from different strata, they can give you the finer details. But the truth is that the pockets of growth in India are extremely granular and small. And I think at some point, this is not a sustainable growth model, and it will tell you even politically that this will have repercussions.
All right,
I hope
Sanjay.
it happens in 2024 itself.
All right, Sanjay, thanks very much. But I thought that avocado on toast was also a good dish at Bombay Gym, where you probably would be going on multiple occasions. But that for another day. Mithali Nikore, well-known economist, also joining us live. Hi, Mithali. Good afternoon. Welcome to The Narrative. Welcome to this new program on timesofindiaonline.com, where we're trying to decode, make sense of all the numbers, of all the jargon. We want to cut the jargon down and focus specifically on fact. What's the thing that stands out for you in this budget? Is it just trust? Is it something else?
Hi, Bhupen. How could it be that we didn't meet on budget day? We have to meet. It's our tradition for many years.
That's right.
I'm so glad to be on your show. I think for me, Bhupen, there are 2 or 3 things this year that really stood out and which are not being spoken about so much on most of the channels I'm going on. Firstly, I think we have to acknowledge that the work that has been done to control the fiscal deficit is really commendable. None of us expected that the fiscal deficit could be down to 5.8% in 23-24 when the projection was 6.8%, and then the target for next year being set at 5.1%, which is well within the FRBM limit. This is a very welcome development. We have to see again if the 5.1 target can be achieved, but at least for 23-24, that 5.8% is commendable. The second major thing that stands out for me, of course, for me, it's like, the focus on Nari Shakti after years of advocating for gender equality. It feels like your moment is here. And the coverage of Ashas and Anganwadi workers under the Ayushman Bharat scheme, it's a big step in the right direction, recognizing the valuable contribution that these care workers make in our lives. And secondly, increasing the target of Lakpati Didis from 2 crores to 3 crores, a huge increase of 1 crore. The per capita income of our country is 70,000 rupees. Now we are saying with these Lakpati Didis, there will be women, 3 crore women earning more than 1 lakh rupees, much more than the per capita income. So this is a huge, huge development. And the third one, which I really want to highlight, is the Atmanirbhar oil seeds strategy, which I'm not sure anybody would have noticed, but I've just been reading the documents. So if you find, we know India is highly dependent on markets like Indonesia and other countries in its imports of oil seeds. And oil seeds, we use oil every day in our cooking. So it's a huge dependency. And to come out with this idea of Atmanirbhar oil seeds and make it a strategy, make it a long-term vision, this for me actually stands out more than a lot of the other financial allocations that have been made, which were more expected. This is a new announcement.
Okay, Rahul, this granularity that Mitali Nikora is speaking about, on one hand there's a big picture, Rahul Sharma, and then there is a granularity. That's this very focused, granular approach. Is this what really sets the NDA government apart from previous governments?
Yeah, like I said, the reality is that there is a long-term vision here. There is something that the government is very clear in its mind that it wants to take the country to a certain point, and that point is 2047. And that in the journey to 2047, you have to do big things, but you have to do a lot of small things. For example, if you really look at the way the laws have been changed, making it it's easier for business, number one. Number two, certain policy decisions that have been taken on a continuous basis. So, for example, just yesterday, the government announced a cut in duties on parts of mobile phones. Now, why is that? That is basically to make sure that the assembly and manufacturing of mobile phones that's becoming big in India just gets that kind of boost. You don't need to have a budget or an interim budget to say that.
Right.
But yeah, there's definitely what one can see is there's a plan, and as part of the plan, there are a lot of those little things that will get done as we go forward.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Rahul, for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. Ranin Banerjee, partner and leader economic advisory at PricewaterhouseCoopers is joining us live as well. Thanks very much, Ranin, for joining us. Let me ask you that question first. From an economic standpoint, there is one view that actually we are exactly where we were. 10 years back, the rate of growth is the same. It's just that we are paying more today for consuming exactly the same services that we were consuming earlier. Would that be an accurate statement, accurate way to look at this budget?
I would like to not portray it like that, because if you look at the budget, what we must look at, and I think Mitali mentioned about the fiscal deficit. So firstly, I'll address it from that perspective.
Sure.
That the fiscal deficit has been pegged this year about 10 basis points lower than what was the target. And we must note that the capex that was targeted at about 10 trillion, the revised estimate now says it will be 9.5 trillion. So there is a 50,000 crore saving there, and every basis point, if you know, in the fiscal deficit, thumb rule about 30,000 crore, it works out to 30,000 crore. So the saving of, or the revised estimate of 50,000 crore in capex, that itself explains the fiscal deficit dropping from 5.9 to 5.8. But it is a commendable thing that government is expecting to absorb 9.5 trillion of capex. So it is not easy. And on that revised estimate, the government has put almost 17% increase at 11.1 trillion of capex. Now that is also because, see, you cannot go on putting more money on the capex because a country takes time to build capacity to absorb that capex, because you need capacity in a country, a construction capacity, to be able to absorb. So it's quite commendable that 9.5 trillion is being absorbed, and next year it is 11.1 trillion. Now, since we are just making about the increase over, if I take on budget estimate, is about only 1.1 trillion, which is about 11%. And if we take the trend growth rates of all the other items on revenue, on expenditure, and all the other line items of budget, then if we are having, instead of 30%, 33%, we have only 11% on the budget estimate growth, then that itself explains that we can reach very easily 5.1% of fiscal deficit target for next year, which should not be a problem if the revenue tracks. And the latest release of GDP shows, the GST collection shows that the buoyancy is going on very strong. So given that, I think on the fiscal front, the government has been very prudent, and the revenue expenditure has also not gone out of whack. Okay. Now, coming to inflation, now given that the expenditure of the fiscal deficit, the gross borrowing for next year, FY25, has been set at a lower level than the gross borrowing that was budgeted this year, which means that it will have some disinflationary impact. There will be a lowering of the bond yields, and this will also coincide with our India being included in the JP Morgan Emerging Market Index, bond index, and that money also flowing in. Therefore, the borrowing costs for private sector in the second half, because the bond market flows, the international bond market flows will commence from June, is going to be significantly lower in the second half of the fiscal year. And I believe that that will coincide with two things. One is that the consumption probably will start kicking in around that time, given the monsoons are likely to be normal and the rural consumption may pick up, and that will kick in the consumption thing.
Okay.
And the second part is that the monetary policy also possibly will play a tango at that time by commencing the rate cuts.
All right.
So the policy rate cuts.
All right.
So all these factors is going to help the economy.
All right. So you believe that we should not be looking at the glass as half full, should be looking at this glass as not as half empty, but as half full. All right, Ranin, thanks very much for sharing your thoughts with us. Let me welcome our next big guest, a well-known startup guru, entrepreneur, former CEO of MyGov, Arvind Gupta, joining us live right now. Hi, welcome to The Narrative, this new show, this new beginning that we've had with timesofIndiaOnline.com, and therefore coincidental, Arvind, that you're here. Let's talk about digital economy. On a digital platform, on the oldest newspapers, newest digital platform, newest digital show, what is there in this budget for digital economy that we should be looking out for, Arvind?
So, Bhupendra, first of all, congratulations for this new show, and congratulations to India for having a great vote on account / interim budget. Because what you saw today, Bhupendra, and I've said it many times in the past, and I think Mr. Banerjee and Mitali, who's a very, very renowned economist, are all talking about some very fundamental things whose roots have taken place in the pre-COVID era. And even though we got the 2 years plus of COVID shocks, I think the government has shown that it has come out of that, and it's actually, it really leverages geopolitical positioning to its advantage. And this whole theme of First Develop India, with what, significantly Mr. Banerjee said, now being part of the bond index, will give us much higher access to capital at much lower yields, much more interest rates, which will help us, spur in the private investment, which a lot of public investment was already holding forth, but now there is going to be a much higher private investment, and the FM did talk about that. But the macro picture, and I'll talk about digital, I think number one, we have to see this budget as a very, very confident budget. A confident budget of people of India, but more so of the government, which is very, very sure that's going to come back into power. And I think that's a very, very important part of the messaging of the budget today. There were no deviations from policy. There were no new announcements, freebies. There was no need.
There's no red carpet in the context of the forthcoming Lok Sabha elections. That's the confidence that you're talking about.
That's exactly the confidence. It's a confidence that the political economy is being managed well, and we don't need to disturb the fiscal side of equations to give out any further SOPs or anything else to really impact the election. So this is a very, very strong, tight budget, the way it should be, or a vote on account, the way it should be. Mitali talked about the fiscal prudence. Unfortunately, when we went into the 5.89% era, which was required during the COVID period, but we had actually controlled it much strongly in the till 2019-20. So I'm glad we are heading back to that. And that's built on the question that you asked, Bhupendra, which is digitization. Because on one side, we have GST yielding results. GST, which has been much abused politically, it's something which has really come around today and given us results. The whole formalization of the economy, which has happened with digitalization. And I was very glad to hear the FM again and again mention that digital infrastructure at par with social and physical infrastructure. And that's been my, one of our life's work.
What should we be looking out for? Arvind, because there's been so much of focus that this is a done deal and the bigger blueprint will come out in the month of July. Tell me, from a digital push, a digital economic infrastructure, is there some light that you can throw on what could we expect in the month of July in this space?
So see, Bhupendra, you have to understand the very important fourth element that the Prime Minister has added, which is, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, and, to go to the Jai Anusandhan, which is research. Without research, we will not be able to go forward. And that's a recognition for the 2047 India, the Amrit Kal, that we have to pump in a lot of efforts into research. Now, research benefits not only the farmers, the youth, the scientists, but India has to become an innovation and research-based economy, a talent pool for the world. And I think that is a clear message that the budget has also given, and the vote on account, the interim budget has given, which will be solidified during the July presentation of the actual budget. I think I'm very, very thankful that there was a lot of mention about STEM, about skilling, and the increase in the education and research, and bringing research into the focus. Because in this new world of AI and data, which the FM did mention, I think India has to play a very prominent role, and it won't be without research in hardware, research in quantum technologies and supercomputing, and all of these new things that are coming up, whether it's electronics, electronic vehicles, or EVs, or autonomous vehicles. So there is a lot of talk about that. She did mention a few headlines, but if you go into the fine print, we see a bright future in that. Two things more. She did mention that there is the fund of funds for startups. There's a lot of efforts to make sure the startups have funding when it is required the most. In times like this, when there is a global shrinkage of funding happening, India has made sure that there is enough funding for its innovative startups and innovators all across. So, Bhupendra, I think from the new pillars, the pillars for the new India, which is youth, talent, technology, there's a lot in this budget. A lot of highlights have been presented today. You're going to find print.
Sure.
It's not just doing lip service. It's building the infrastructure that is required, and then building it as a public infrastructure, which is the digital public infrastructure, but making sure these startups have the money, the markets, the access to markets globally, and the ease of doing business to expand and really solve not only problems in India, but of the world. So,
and that's what will take you.
Very, very bright future here.
And that's what will take you to Amrit Kal. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Arvind, for joining us and summing it up beautifully for us in terms of what is it that we should really be looking out for as we move further in this trajectory in 2024. Let me go back to Mithali Nikore there. Mithali, some more granular points there being given by Arvind Gupta. Now, if I was to just take those granular points forward, on the macro picture on the political front, I suspect that we'll hear far more of Lakpati Didi concept. How many women across India are becoming Lakpatis? The top one from 1 crore, now you want to take it to 3 crores. You yourself were talking about the Matsya ratio, the innovation which is taking place in that space, the amount of money which is being spent now as interest-free loans, towards education and innovation. The one constant criticism that we've seen of the Indian ecosystem, the industry-based ecosystem, was that we were not spending enough in research, in development, and innovation. Do you think that this budget in some way is trying to correct that wrong impression?
Absolutely, Bhupen. I mean, see, this is an interim budget. So it kind of sets the direction for us for the next 5 years. It's an indicative kind of budget, and of course it also sets the direction for a more detailed full budget in 2024-25, right? So if we look at, for example, the announcement, one of the biggest announcements has been this Youth Innovation Fund, which is of 1.3 lakh crores. Now, this is massive. Never before in our history has youth-led innovation been funded. It may be applauded, it may be amplified, it may be said, oh, this is great, but this is the first time that money has been put on the table and said, here is money, please come here and we are ready to invest in you if you have a strong idea. And we have already seen that in the last 5 years, a very strong network of incubators has been set up. Arvind sir was here, and I mean, he's also working with IIT, BHU, and many other IITs have done this, where, they've set up just such strong incubation centers for startups. I've seen it personally, that when this kind of money is then disbursed through these incubators, down to the last person who has a viable idea, that can really unleash the power of technology and youth-led development. And I also think, in a budget document, have we ever heard in a budget speech that prevention of, cervical cancer should be prioritized. It has never been said in a budget speech. And the fact that, today this is being looked at as a budgetary issue. Why is it a budgetary issue? Let me explain it also for a minute. It's because it's an investment in the young women of this country.
Yes.
You are making sure that by providing sufficient financing for making this preventive vaccine available, you can reduce the health burden, the health cost burden, and create women who are, tomorrow's leaders. So this is part of, a lot of people have been criticizing why was this in the budget speech, but it is a clear economic issue.
Well, there is no doubt that women power, Nari Shakti, certainly without doubt is a big talking point for this government. So what better way for us to be wrapping up this conversation at this point than welcoming another star woman achiever, Deloitte India's partner Tapti Ghosh is joining us live. So Tapti and Mitali, to both of you. My final question to you, Tapti ji. We've looked at this budget from multiple dimensions, from a political landscape, from a granular landscape, from an economic landscape, purely from the point of view of women voters across India, women spenders across India, Tapti ji. Do you think that there is something in this budget which will give something, this Lakhpati Didi concept or the loans which are being spoken about? Did you spot something specifically women-oriented in this budget?
There's a lot for women, yes, that's happening in the background, but not necessarily to be rooted through, say, a tax kind of a policy. First and foremost, Bhupinder, with no tax rate change, no slab rate change, it's going to be, a boon advantage not only to women, for all of the population. So that's, first of all, bringing comfort to everyone in the economy. But apart from that, from a general policy perspective, the cleansing of the cobwebs in the tax system, if I may call it so, with the demands, though it's just the lower demands out there.
Was it a scope, Tapti ji, according to you, was it a scope somewhere to give some relief to the income taxpayers?
We were expecting some in terms of making the simplified tax regime a little more attractive, to incentivize individuals to come away from the regular tax regime and make it, better for them to take a decision to move to the simplified tax regime, because that is definitely the way the government wants to go. Maybe in the next, the full budget that we have later in the year, but there should be something on the cards there. We have, the higher tax rates are still at 30%. Our neighboring countries have rates that are much lower. So we've been expecting something better. Okay. From a simplified tax regime perspective as well, either by way of widening the slabs or reducing the tax rates further, to really make a case for individuals to move from the regular to the simplified tax regime. Okay. And apart from that, we were expecting procedural things like, first of all, from an ease of compliance perspective, from a perspective of really making our complex capital gains regime a little more simple, but maybe not something for the interim budget, and will be deferred to the full scale. But we really definitely expect that.
All right. Tapti ji and Mitali, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. We're just a couple of months away from the next general elections. And what we've seen today in this program, the narrative in partnership with the Nexa Grand Vitara, is that there is so much that happens around us which people find difficult to comprehend. The attempt on the narrative will always be to see to it that we cut the noise and we simply stay with the facts. If we inform you of what you need to know in a manner that's easy for you to know, is when you will become powerful, you will become stronger, and Indian democracy will thrive in a much better manner. But to all of you, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you again in our next edition. Till then, please take care. Please send us all your comments, all your feedback. Great pleasure to have been with you.
Honorable Speaker, I present the Interim Budget for 24-25. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation in the last 10 years. The people of India are looking ahead to the future with hope and optimism. With the blessings of the people, when our government, under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, assumed office in 2014, the country was facing enormous challenges. With Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas as its mantra, the government overcame those challenges in right earnest. Structural reforms were undertaken. Pro-people programs were formulated and implemented promptly. Conditions were created for more opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. The economy got a new vigor. The fruits of development started reaching the people at scale. The country got a new sense of purpose and hope. Naturally, the people blessed the government with a bigger mandate. In the second term, our government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, doubled down on its responsibilities to build a prosperous country with comprehensive development of all people and all regions. Our government strengthened its mantra to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Vishwas. Our development philosophy covered all elements of inclusivity, namely social inclusivity through coverage of all strata of the society, and geographical inclusivity through development of all regions of the country. With the whole of nation approach of Sabka Prayas, the country overcame the challenges of once-in-a-century pandemic, took long strides towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, committed to Panch Pran, and laid solid foundations for the Amrit Kal. As a result, our young country has high aspirations, pride in its present, and hope and confidence for a bright future. We expect that our government, based on its stupendous work, will be blessed again by the people with a resounding mandate. Inclusive development and growth. Our humane and inclusive approach to development is a marked and deliberate departure from the earlier approach of provisioning up to village level. Development programs were thus provisioned. In the last 10 years, however, have targeted each and every household and individual through housing for all, Har Ghar Jal, electricity for all, cooking gas for all, bank accounts and financial services for all in record time. The worries about food have been eliminated through free ration for 80 crore people. Minimum support prices for the produce of Annadata are periodically increased appropriately. These and the provision of basic necessities have enhanced real income in the rural areas. Their economic needs could be addressed, thus spurring growth and generating jobs. Social justice. Our government is working with an approach to development that is all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive. Sarvangin, Sarvasparshi, or Sarvasamaveshi. It covers all castes and people at all levels. We are working to make India a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. For achieving that goal, we need to improve people's capability and empower them. Previously, social justice was mostly a political slogan. For our government, social justice is an effective and necessary governance model. The saturation approach of covering all eligible people is the true and comprehensive achievement of social justice. This is secularism in action, reduces corruption, and prevents nepotism, prevents Bhai Bhatijawad. There is transparency and assurance that benefits are delivered to all eligible people. The resources are distributed fairly.